I caught a little bit of that because I guess they just like posted a picture of a video or something, and that was yeah.
Mhm.
When it's a public video. Yeah, Timcast. Well, let's table this. We're already 15 minutes late. All right, hold on one sec. I need 30 seconds. Three, two, one. What's going on, everyone? It's Late Night Comics, and we're having some technical difficulties, but thanks for waiting on us. And we're here. It's me. It's RDV. Say hello to all the kids in the chat, RDV.
I hope there's no kids in the chat. This is late night. All kids out of the pool. This is Adult Swim only.
I thought this was a show for kids.
I'm not trying to talk to kids here. You want to talk to kids? I'm leaving.
It's a comic show for comics. Isn't it comics for kids? Anyways,
comics,
apparently
comics are not
I
for kids.
apparently I wasn't muted in the whole background portion here, so they can hear. Sorry about that, guys, but we run uh, you know, really high tech production here at Late Night Comics. Um, RDV was regaling into me some drama behind the scenes as I was trying to figure out the sound issues, and we're here. So thanks for being patient with us. Um, I got myself a Mountain Dew Zero. Mountain Dew Zero.
Zero.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I'm old now. I can't have sugar anymore.
Oh, don't worry. I'm having 2 Mountain Dews for you with sugar.
I mean, it's not that I can't have sugar, but I'm getting to that
For me,
point. So I'm trying to cut down the sugar so that I don't have to get to the point where I can't have any sugar.
uh,
Um,
this
so
is my this is gonna be a late night for me because I've usually been going to bed by now, crashing.
what?
So that's yep. I've
Who
been
who
changing my
are
sleep
you and
cycle.
who are you and what have you done with RDV?
Well, let's see, we're all just clones. We only last a day, so we have to make another ones. That's the
Well,
secret.
we got a couple of the regulars in chat. Ronnie was first tonight. Thanks, Ronnie, for being here. HR Goes Vocal is here. We got Skip. Um, Ed Brewer's in the house. Good to see you, Ed. Haven't talked to you in a good while. Um, so there we go. Anyone else that's
Who is this?
listening in the
Yeah,
background, welcome as well. Feel free
who is
to.
this Ed Brewer guy? I didn't see him yesterday over at the Extreme Movie Show. He just ghosted us. Uh, You know what we were
Was he?
talking about yesterday?
Was
We were
he
talking
supposed to be
about the
there?
movie Willow. Well, he
Oh,
shows up every
Willow.
Sunday. Yeah, we were talking about Willow, and I was the only one that liked it. Apparently,
Oh,
right?
I love Willow. I didn't even know you were doing a thing on Willow.
Well, it was either that or Tombstone, and they just Pixel hadn't seen Willow before, so I figured, you know what? I'll show you some good movies,
Wait, you
And
were
he
the
didn't
only
care
one who
for it.
liked it?
Rob thought it was mid.
Oh my goodness.
Pixel thought it was kind of boring, and just talking about, oh, wasn't that great of a movie? If it flopped when it came out,
It did flop.
or it made 8,000 in 290 theaters, or almost $9,000. But then it went overseas, went crazy, sold out in like Japan and stuff. It was like one of the biggest movies I've ever seen over there for sales at the time. This is like 1988. And then they went on to VHS and just started making more money because remember, VHS was still brand new. Or, by 88, I don't know if it was brand new, if it had been out for a year or two. I think they had Betamax. But see, there's Ed Brewer just saying Willow's mid. He's trying to be the next Rob.
Willow is not mid by any means. It is funny when
Uh,
people tell me that it's boring or whatever. I'm like, it's
it's
literally the same story as Star Wars. So if you
uh
think like, oh, like Star Wars is highly entertaining, but Willow's boring, I'm like, it's the same story.
actually, if you think about it, it's similar to Lord of the Rings, but it's only in one movie. It's not 3 movies long, and Sam ends up going home because Frodo says, "I don't need to hear," it," and Sam listens instead of sticking around.
Well, it's similar in
And he,
setting in Lord of the Rings, but
but
like
uh,
the
but it's
characters in Willow are literally analogs, like one to one. Mad Mardigan is Han Solo, Willow's Luke Skywalker, Sorsha is Princess Leia, the Brownies are C3PO and R2D2, Eric Thothbear is Lando Calrissian, General Kale's Darth Vader, Bav Mortis is the Emperor Palpatine. Like it's literally the same. You took Star Wars and said, let's put it in a fantasy setting and do it. It's the same thing.
he was just filming. He was just finishing up a movie in 1984. I forgot what movie came out for George Lucas. but he'd been writing the script for this since like 1978 or 72. But he finally finished it though. While working on another movie before Will. But like I said, I like Will.
I
I think
love
it's a very
Willow.
wholesome movie. It was well, I think Rob was saying like, well, it's not really meant for adults. It was more like kids. I said, bro, you can enjoy it as adult. I said, how old were you when you saw it? He's like, well, I was in my mid to late 20s. You know, it's like, so by that then, you know, 'cause you're saying that basically you would rather go see Rambo 3, which was out at the same time, or what was the other big movie? There was another one in 1988 that came out around the same time too. But
Well, again,
Will,
it,
yeah, like I
Willow
said,
Willow is for kids, but so was Star Wars. It's
yeah,
like it's that's it's a silly argument. I look and I people can say I don't like. That's fair. It's fine. Like you like what you like. I just what always makes me feel exasperated is when the double standards. It's like, well, I don't like this, but you like this other thing, which is like exactly like it, and it's I don't know. I don't think people are necessarily always fair with their opinions, and I think that movie gets a bad rap because it was a major bomb. Like it made a
no,
lot of money, but it
yeah.
cost so much to make, and because it was George
Well,
Lucas, and George Lucas, like he did it after the Star Wars trilogy, and they hyped the shit out of that movie when it came out in the 80s. Like it was like from the
to be
maker of
fair,
Star Wars, you know.
it made like twice its budget. It was at
I mean,
35 million, and yeah,
well,
and it
it
got
was like the Avatar of its day. Like when
yeah, it
Avatar
went to
2 when they were like it needs to make $2 billion to break even and people are like,
so
"What?"
it went from a $35 million US dollar budget, and it grossed box office $137.6 million. So it didn't really flop, as you know. It just, I guess that's worldwide combined box office probably.
Yeah,
But
I
overall,
think it
though,
did like
you
80 million like domestic. But
you
remember,
could you could
Star Wars
it's
did 600 million domestic.
it was directed
So,
by Ron Howard.
right.
It's
And
a,
it's one of Ron
it was
Howard's
a
best films, I think.
exactly.
Yeah.
And Zach, Lord of the Rings isn't like Star Wars. It's not even close. You know why? Because Star Wars is amazing. Lord of the Rings.
Oh, snap. Shots fired. Boom, 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 boom. Uh,
Uh, I always cloaks too.
Zach
Walking
says, I
and
don't get the
walking.
appeal of
Oh.
Willow. Tolkien did fantasy with short people first, and he did it best. Uh,
Did you ever actually
that's a
Warwick
silly kind
Davis?
of that's a silly kind of statement. Are you trying to say, Zach, that that's the only movie that can have short people in it? Like you can't do movies with short people other than Lord of the Rings? Is that what I don't know what you're trying to say over there.
Well, Warwick Davis, I thought was interesting about this movie is that his daughter was actually his real life daughter in the film. I always thought that was kind of cool when they have their, so when they bring his daughter back, his real life daughter
Hmm.
back into the show later on, you know. So they brought back pretty much everybody except for Val Kilmer. You know, I thought that was kind of cool. Even the Brownie guy, what's his name? Oh, he's not. I have to look at what the actor's name is, but yeah, it's such a fun movie. Like I said, it was aimed towards kids, obviously, and all. It wasn't too scary. Although I will admit though, there was a part in there where he turns the troll into it melts, and then it turns into a two-headed monster. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
uh,
I used to know
uh
the name of that thing. Man, I'm a big Willow fan. Forgot the name of that thing. I think it starts
but
with an O.
so Kevin Pollak is the guy I'm thinking of. He was, he was one of the two brownie guys that helped out, out little guys. And like I said, it was a fun movie. It wasn't meant to be like the next big blockbuster. It was just meant. It was a standalone movie. It wasn't meant to be a trilogy or a trilogy, whatever you want to call it. But
I
I like the actors.
Zach
Go
is
ahead.
saying some really like Zach is having his normal terrible takes right now, and
Well,
I'm having some
I'm
real
just,
trouble with it. Like he's not saying that you can't, referring to making other movies with short people, just that Tolkien did it best, which I'm like, okay, it's a fair argument. But then he says no one has matched him. Rowling may have come close with Harry Potter, and I'm like, dude, dude, Willow is better than any of the Harry Potter films. It's
You
like
saying that token? You saying that no one the token did it best is like Ash saying nothing compares to Avatar. You both are gonna die in your hills, and I'm just be like, you guys are idiots. Rocky's the best.
Rocky is pretty amazing. See, I'm the person who actually likes lots of things. Um, I don't have to choose Coke over Pepsi. I can enjoy both.
I only enjoy. I'm not a big Pepsi fan. I used to when I was growing up. I think my taste buds have changed as I got older. It definitely because the Pepsi does not taste the same as it's become overly sweet. And man, once you have Coca-Cola from McDonald's, you just can't drink regular Coke, out of a bottle or even in a can. It just doesn't taste right. So I don't know. And also Harry Potter, man, you must have really rebelled after you got out of homeschool.
I but Harry Potter the Harry Potter books are pretty good. I have to admit. It did sort of end. I don't want to say it ended on a whimper, but it did not end as strong as it started. But J.K.
Yeah.
Rowling's books are pretty amazing. I think the films did very strong injustice to the books, in my opinion. And I'm speaking in the world of filmmaking here. It's a different. I mean, there's no Willow book to compare it to. It's an original film. The same thing with like comparing Star Wars to books. You can't. So if we're just talking movies, Willow was way ahead of its time. I think. You think of that movie came out like the mid '80s. When did that come out? Like
Uh,
'87,
88 May.
'88. Um,
Like I said, it was going up against some other cool movies. But I mean, do you know that Tony Cox was in there? Bad Santa. He's the little elf guy. Helps him out. He's the one that helps out. What's his name?
it doesn't surprise me.
Bob Thornton. Yeah, but he was one of the warriors. But he has no speaking role whatsoever. Um, yeah, I was reading up about this. I said when it came out, it was going up against some other movies. Crocodile Dundee 2 was out, and then he had the movie Big with Tom Hanks. So it had like a lot, and then because I guess Lucas was basically she was hoping it'd be as successful as ET, you know, but because of competition, and that's all because it went up against Rambo 3. Rambo 3 was only probably did so well because of the fact it was like oh I love the first two, let's go watch this one.
the
And they're like
second one
oh
was huge. The second one made the franchise.
yeah,
First Blood came and went, and it was just sort of like, huh, okay, strong movie. Like it was a well appreciated movie, but it wasn't like a big blockbuster success.
but you got to admit
And
though, going from the first one and then like oh my gosh, you got even better with the sequel, which usually doesn't happen. The sequel is usually like when it gets crappy.
well, let's stop for a second. The first movie is better than Rambo. Rambo was much more marketably, like it was more marketable. Like it
Well,
was more.
I mean like First Blood. Yeah,
Yeah, First
when I
Blood
see
is
yeah
the.
yeah,
It's hard to
that's what
say.
I mean by the first one.
First Blood and Rambo 4. What was the name of the fourth one? Is it just called Rambo?
It's called it's just called Rambo.
Is it just called
Rambo is
Rambo?
like the fourth. Yeah,
The fourth movie,
that's why
yeah.
that's
The
why it's
fourth,
confusing.
yeah. I think the first one might be the best overall, but not the most like fun to watch. I think because they turned Rambo, like the second movie,
Yeah.
they turned it into like a fun, like action
So
blockbuster. You know
the first
why?
one's
Oh, by the
First
way, I just
Blood.
have to mention this for
Yeah.
all the Avatar. You know
Yeah.
why? Because James Cameron wrote Rambo, First Blood Part Two. Just
So
saying.
First
That's why.
Blood was the first one, and then Rambo First Blood Part
Then
Two was second. Rambo
James
3.
Cameron came in, turned it
Yeah.
into a mega franchise. Sorry, I had to get my digs in.
Yeah. Rambo
Um,
is number 4, and then Rambo Last Blood was the fifth one. So
the fifth one. We should not talk about the fifth one.
it's like the what you want to call it the Kingdom Skull or Crystal
The the
Skull
the, the
when he
fourth
had just
one. I remember when the fourth one came out, and I was like, they're making a fourth Rambo. I was like, and that was around the same time they announced they were doing a Rocky Six, and I was like, what are you doing? Don't. I
right
was so upset. I was like, you're gonna kill these franchises need to go and like let them rest in peace. Like, and then Stallone came back and he knocked it out of the park with both of them. I think Rocky Six is like the second best Rocky movie, and Rambo might even be, I don't know, it might be the best. Like that fourth movie It's real simple and basic, but man, and it ends so perfectly. It ends like where the first movie starts. Like its books end it so perfectly. And then when he's like, "Oh, we're doing a fifth movie," I'm like, "What do you mean you're gonna do a fifth movie? The fourth one's over. He found his way home. That was the whole story." Like now he goes off to Mexico, and I'm like, ah, this is the jump the shark that I don't want to see. I was so worried about. Although there was some cool stuff in Rambo 5. Did you see Rambo 5?
Dude, I wish they would have had at the end of Rambo 4. He comes across well, Universal Soldier doing a crossover event.
Soldier.
I'm at the wrong farm.
uh,
No, I saw
Austin,
Rambo,
go ahead.
but I was gonna say I saw Rambo 5. I agree. We could have ended with 4. Even though I think 3 is the weakest of the franchise, I think
Yeah,
3 is
3 is
better
the
than 5.
weakest.
3 is not as good as 5. But although dude, you cannot kid yourself, dude. When you saw him with the bow and arrow, and then he has like the what you want to call it, the missiles on it, the grenades tips.
Yeah.
I want those. Going as a
uh,
helicopter. Yeah.
yeah. Austin is roasting me in chat, trying to talk crap about Cameron, saying back when he could write. Cameron still can write. I just think
He's not.
people
Hey, Frank. He's not Frank Miller. Okay, leave him alone.
he can definitely still write. And the fact that he's gonna by himself five out of the top 5 films ever, he's gonna have 3 of them. Just think about that, RDV. The top 5 box office successes of all time, James Cameron will have 3 of them.
And
That is a
and
crazy achievement for a filmmaker.
and Titanic was a bland film.
Bland to you, but not to a lot of people. Um, it just that's just nuts to think about. Like just to even get
Never let
in.
go, Jack. Never let go. Bitch, I can't. And he dies.
Um, yeah, it's a real thing. By the way, being in freezing water. Um, yeah, you pretty much don't survive that.
Yeah, she wouldn't have survived either.
Well, she was floating on a. She wasn't in
She was,
immersed in the water.
well, the water was still going over, him pulling on the thing. Her back was what she would have froze.
She would have probably had severe hypothermia, but you get rescued. It's a movie. um, but
Did you know that the Titanic never actually sank? That's just part of the whole plot of the movie. It's fake.
oh my goodness. uh,
Cameron sold it by creating a background story.
oh my goodness. And a documentary where he goes down and visits the Titanic. Um,
Mariah's same way. Thank you, Mariah. She could have saved him. There was
she
enough room on there.
she could not have saved him. I don't know
Typical
why.
woman.
I don't know what movies people watched, but yeah.
I watched Poseidon Adventure where they all won. They all survived at the end.
Ay ay ay. Well,
Titanic was
anyways,
boring.
the
You know
movies that
what
are
was great
the
about Titanic
movies
was the
the movies
music.
that are popular to hate on, surprise surprise, people are hating on them. So, whatever the case may be. I think all these movies whenever you get into the top 10, excuse me, whenever you get into the top 10, there's always a wealth of haters that come out and try to tear him down. Every
You know,
movie in the top
Zach.
10 has got people that are just in a perfect example is Avengers Endgame, right? That movie was a massive success, and then now it's got tons of people who hate on the film, and I'm I don't hate the film. I hate aspects of the film, but
I barely remember it. Oh
well,
heavens! I just know there's like Thanos ends up being beheaded so easily. I was like, really? You did my boy wrong.
yeah, I more hated the aspects of it that were like, let's have Thor be fat and doesn't want to fight anymore, and then he's got to have Valkyrie come and whip him into shape, and just all the dumb stuff that they added.
He
Like, let's have
wasn't
all the
fat.
females like pose together, and like just the moments of the film that were just like, oh God, I wish the film could be re-edited without these scenes in it. It'd probably be a much better film.
Actually, they have somebody's edited so much. Where actually, they had like as like a bootleg version, or at least made it look like they like got the wrong version. It had like it was like Ready Player One. They had like everybody in there in the final battle.
Oh,
It's like I
Ron,
think I watched. Yeah,
Ronnie says she hated Titanic before it was popular to do so. Well, you're one of the only ones, Maranya, uh,
she's
because
been hating since she was born. I hate that Titanic.
dude, back in what was it, '97 that Titanic came out? I want to say. Can't remember which
Something like
year.
that.
It's around '97 when that movie came out. I didn't know anyone that hated that film. It was
I
funny
got a
because
name.
it was when it came out on DVD later when everyone was like, "Oh, that stupid movie, I hate that movie." But like at the time, everyone loved that movie. I mean, it was in theaters for like 6 months. Interesting piece of trivia: Titanic was never number one at the box office. That is one of the phenomenal achievements of Titanic. Is like today we think of movies like, oh, Endgame, you know, it's like the second highest grossing movie of all time because it came out with like a massive boom. I mean, there was so much hype behind that movie. You had the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe coming to an end. Like it was like, man, the big finale. Everyone was waiting to see this. Titanic did not come out to hype. And I've talked to people that will be like, "Oh yeah, whatever, Titanic. It just had all the hype, and James Cameron and Leonardo DiCaprio was super hot at the time." I'm like, "No, the movie didn't even open at number one. It never had a number one week at the box office. It just had word of mouth and repeat visits, and just people kept going to the movies over and over and over and seeing it, and it just catapulted it to the final numbers that we saw. It was a serious phenomenon. And the fact that James Cameron didn't make any movies for what was like 12 years afterwards, and he comes back with Avatar, and Titanic was the number one box office success. But it wasn't just like by a little bit. Its numbers were so huge that you could have added the box office numbers of Star Wars to it, and it still would not have been the difference between it and second place. That's how huge Titanic was. So people thought that no one was ever going to make another success like Titanic. And then he comes back 12 years later and makes this movie called Avatar. And not only does he beat the numbers of Titanic, but he almost doubled them. Like what he did with Avatar, like Titanic was already phenomenal and just like, no, like you just don't make successes like this. But to come back 12 years, never making a movie, make a new one, and to do that sort of success is mind boggling. And then you think, okay, it's taken him 13 years now to do a sequel to Avatar. Oh, okay, well, this movie's gonna bomb, obviously, because everyone hates Avatar, and it's like all the backlash and blah blah blah, whatever. And now this movie is almost certainly going to be in the top five. It probably is not going to beat Avatar's record, but it probably won't get in the top three. But it could be number four. Like what it's doing, it's like this is all one same filmmaker doing that. It's just he's like the Babe Ruth of filmmakers. Um, and you can chalk it up to like hype. You can chalk it up to a flash in the pan or whatever. But he's been doing it since the '80s. His first movie was Terminator, which I think was '84. I want to say. And now, of course, original Terminator didn't make all that, but you get a few movies later by T2. T2, I think, was the number one movie at the box office. That was a huge film. This guy has been chalking up hit after hit after, like he just does not fail. And it's now spanned multiple generations. So it's not like whatever. Like Willow made people think, oh, maybe George Lucas doesn't have it anymore, right? Because he made a new film and it was like didn't do the success of Star Wars. James Cameron just doesn't fail. And I don't know. I don't. It just blows my mind. But anyways, um, Endgame was like the Force Awakens. Lots of crowd pleasing moments to hide the awful writing, says Austin. It's insane that it was made back to back with Infinity War. It is weird that it doesn't feel like it was made back to back. They do feel like different movies. I think in I think Endgame is written better than Force Awakens. So, what do you think, RDB?
I feel like it just got sucked into a conversation about Endgame and it won't leave Endgame. If it does, it goes to Avatar and then it goes to Titanic and then it just goes right back to it. But Endgame, and like I said, I hate the whole fact that you had to like kill off Black Widow and all that blah blah. You know, it's like kill off Hawkeye. Who cares about Hawkeye? You're just gonna replace him with Kate anyway. Um,
No,
there were some moments in there. There were some moments in there. It was kind of cringe. Yes, the girl moment. It was a really big cringe part. Will be, but that was I think that was in yeah that was in Endgame. But the whole thing with them finding Thanos and he's like, oh, it's I was wrong and blah blah blah. Poor me, just kill me, and Thor just chops his head off. I was just like, come on, really, dude? I think the guys were heroes. Why are you killing a villain? You know, I just felt off to me. You
so
know,
you're saying
I
Force
like
Awakens better than
I can't remember which was first. Is that the one with Luke in it
no,
drinking the
Force
titty milk?
Awakens was the first one that Disney did. The very
That was
first.
that's pretty good. I liked it. The one with Ray because you had
Uh-huh.
no idea until the second one. You're like, oh, I guess they're just ignoring everything that happened in the first movie.
Well,
That's what that
Austin's making a claim that he had that they both suffered a similar problem that they had lots of crowd pleasing moments that covered up the awful writing.
the first one had nostalgia heavily factored. Everyone was excited because hey, oh my gosh, no, it's the first Star Wars movie in a long time. You know, as far as they're gonna do a trilogy and stuff, like cool. And you know, so looking back on The Force Awakens wasn't a bad movie. That was actually a pretty good, damn good movie. Um, I said the part for Star Wars is the fact that they decided to go the route they did. You know, with Ray, and you know, I didn't care for that. You know, not
I
talking about
do
the Mary Sue part.
I do tend to agree with what Austin is saying. I enjoyed Force Awakens. Obviously, I came into that movie with a ton of hype. I'm a massive Star Wars fan, and all I wanted was just a fun movie. I was already reticent that Disney was not going to be George Lucas, so I just said, you know what? As long as I'm having fun, and I think exactly after years now to ponder the film, I agree. It had lots of fan pleasing moments. It was like very milk toast. Uh,
I
JJ
really yeah
JJ
agree
just
because
he just played it super safe and just tried to put like fun in it. So there was nothing really controversial to hate on per se, but there's nothing really there to give it any gravitas. Um, which
you know
I
what I
think
wanted Endgame. I wanted the Hulk. I wanted the Hulk in there. I thought it was so stupid that you go, hey, oh, the Hulk doesn't want to come on. He's afraid. Bullshit. He's a world breaker Hulk. But this crappy version, MCU, is a pussy. I just could never accept that. I was like, really? You know, I'm stuck with the what's his name is the new Bruce Banner. But you're telling me that you gotta weaken the Hulk too? Come on.
yeah. I you know I understand. I agree with you. I did not like. I mean, they pretty much tore down most of the male characters
Oh,
in game, which is one of the things that kind of bothered me.
Hulk would have been
But
great in that fight scene. You know,
but
everybody, all of them going
I
crazy.
have to be a somewhat just to be devil's advocate, a little bit of defense because in the comics, Thanos whoops Hulk's ass too. Like it's not. I think that's what they were
But
trying to accomplish was to show that Thanos is that badass that even the Hulk cowers to him. The problem was the execution, I think. Like they made it more like use like you're just like I'm not buying this. Why is this happening? It needed to be told in a better way
well,
to where you're not saying this is stupid like oh your Hulk is like they made Hulk into a pussy. They needed to make the audience go, "Oh my goodness, like even the Hulk isn't, you know, uh
my
is a
so that
yeah,
that
go ahead."
we know the MCU is not comic book based at all. It is by name only. They changed a lot of the stuff in there. So,
Well,
and I'm okay. But man, I would have. I said I still would have loved to see the Hulk come back. You know, instead we got Carol Danvers at the last minute. Oh, guys, you were screwed without me. Better kiss my ass. I just stayed here. You know, and
yeah.
her going against. I was like, come on, the Hulk. I would have loved to see the Hulk just thunderclap. You know, that'd be great.
Yeah, and and we all caught that. Of course, none of the
Hulk
female
and Thor.
characters had any
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
failure. They were all none of them were afraid. None of them lapsed into any sort of problems. Where the male characters,
And also,
Thor
why?
goes to drinking and playing Xbox. Just
So
they were like stereotypes of the fandom in a way. It was almost like they were
also,
making fun of the
yeah.
fans.
Why would the Hulk not want to come out when the Hulk is actually Bruce Banner? They're not two separate identities. It's just he's just never been able to control it because he's always been savage. But the Hulk is not a. It's
No, they're
my
two
understanding.
separate
Not
identities.
no, not that I've
Hulk
ever heard.
Hulk Hulk hates Banner.
Yeah, though it depends on who's writing them.
It's true. I mean, different writers do different takes, but it's not a unofficial take that it's very much been in the comics that Hulk despises Banner. I mean, wasn't there it's like a whole storyline where like Hulk goes off and lives on a planet by himself? I'm not talking about Planet Hulk, but like a peaceful planet or something, and he's like been Hulk for like years. He doesn't want let Banner back because he hates Banner. I forget, but um, yeah.
There was a Mortal Hulk. They did that. I forgot. Was that Al Ewing? I think it was.
Immortal
They
Hulk was
had.
like almost like a soft, well, not it's a hard reboot where they just put Hulk
Yeah.
back into being like a monster who came out at night. Yeah, like that was just like a whole. I don't know if that's Immortal Hulk was weird. Like it was well written,
It's
but it was
confusing because the
weird.
fact there's so many different times where Bruce Banner is in Hulk form, like Professor Hulk. You see him like that.
Yes. That when in those times, like the Peter David thing where he joined Hulk, um, then yes, that was like one personality. But otherwise, it was like two. It was like a Doctor Jekyll, Mister Hyde type thing. So, all right. Well, we can move on from this nonsense. What's been on your mind regarding comics? You talk a lot more than I do on various streams and shows. I feel a bit out of touch.
Oh, as far as comics coming out, I was looking at some Lazar Planet. What we were once gods. Number one, Dan Waters is writing on there, along with Philip Kennedy Johnson and Josie Campbell. Josie Campbell's obviously doing the Jam story. It's you're gonna have Billy teaming up with Mary Marvel and then White Adam, but you also get Yara Flor and Diana and Martian Manhunter all on one team. Because like I said, I was hoping it was gonna be like Mark Wade because Mark Wade's been doing great on like in anything that's connected with the Lazarus stuff. But now I guess they're branching out, having other people doing some different stories. And I just want to read some more Mary Marvel stuff. I mean, I like Mary Marvel as a character. You know, the last story had some few flaws, but I'm curious. So this looks like it's going to be a one shot. So they already got collected into the hardcover, collecting her little 4 issue miniseries. But no, but as far as comic books, man, just looking at what's coming out this week and everything, I was like, I'm with you as far as like, man, my books can push back and back. Like Aftershock, anything from them, you have no idea when it's coming out. I'm looking at all my stuff. It's like, I have like Xenoscope books, like two titles come at the same time. It's usually not the case. So I'm wondering which one of this week is going to get pushed back. But
I only have a
uh,
couple of books coming out this
yeah,
week. Um,
Darkwing Duck starts this week. Comes out this week. Uh,
so
the
oh,
new,
just to
new,
interject real quick, because you
yeah.
mentioned Aftershock. Um, I got the Samurai Doggy. Just what you said, like it's like, is this gonna
Yeah.
come out or no? um, and yeah, we'll see. This is my favorite comic of 2022. So, um, uh,
Uh,
I'm really
there's two
couldn't.
Catwoman books out this week too. You know that?
Who?
There's two Catwoman books out this week.
Oh, there's the
There,
Batman One Bad Day book.
yeah, yeah, and then there's the one by Teeny Howard, the Q series.
Oh,
I
so
was
you
like, what the
can you
heck?
can read G. Willow Wilson Catwoman or Teeny Howard Catwoman. Take your pick.
Yep.
Mm,
But this week, I'm actually looking at Action Comics. Uh,
Dawn of the
it's back to
DC.
well, yeah, down the DC. This is you're gonna have 3 stories in here again, or at least 2 stories.
I hate
Actually,
this
no,
cover.
actually, it looks like 3 stories. I'm thinking about it, 3 or 2.
I hate this
But
cover.
you got Dan Durkins, you got Phil Kennedy Johnson, and Lee Williams writing in here, and we're getting a Power Girl story by Lee Williams. So, and yeah, I might not care for the Dan Durkin story, but I mean, I, I'm kind of looking forward to the Power Girl Reborn story.
Oh, the Dan Jurgens story would be the only reason I'd want to read this at all. The Lois and Clark too.
Yeah, it's
Oh
48
man,
pages for $5.
Lois and Clark 2 is the only reason I'm like, why don't you just make Lois and Clark 2? Like, I mean, if DC already hadn't lost me as a
Yeah,
customer, that would be one of the books I
no,
would pick up because Lois
yeah,
and Clark was a great miniseries with
so
with
Zach and
a
I have been looking at this the past couple weeks. We're looking at this coming up, and it's they're going back to remember the weekly Action Weekly comics in the early '90s, late '80s. Remember you had 3 stories, ongoing stories, as you went right from the next Action Comics Weekly to the next one.
sure,
So this is what they're doing again.
sure,
So calling
and that's going to obviously be dependent on what people's tastes are. I've obviously expressed my views that I'm not big on the anthology books because inevitably you'll get one story you like and then the rest that you like less, and you'll just wish that you had only the story you liked, but longer. If they can pull it off well, more power to them. I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong. That's just my subjective viewpoint on it.
uh,
I do want to
yeah.
comment real quick though, because someone made a comment. I think it might have been Maranya, but someone in the chat said about the cover. I'm not referring to the art on the cover when I say I hate this cover. I hate this cover because of the subject matter. Like it's Superman and then a bunch of who the get the hell get these characters out. You already know it's kind of a joke. I don't like legacy characters, but I can stomach legacy characters done well. You know,
Yeah,
I
where's
I,
Supergirl's skirt?
I love Jonathan Kent. Where's Jonathan Kent? Oh, they aged him up and they made him gay and they did all that, like, so they ruined the character. Now
Also,
I don't get Steel. I get Steel's daughter. I'm gonna accept Supergirl because Supergirl is just a necessity. Like they had to make Supergirl way back when. Fine, so be it. They incorporate her in the universe. I accept Supergirl. I don't. What are these stupid twin kids in the background? Oh, did we screw up your Jonathan Kent? Hell, we're gonna give you 2 new ones to replace it now. What? So you can screw them up too? Are you just gonna keep just adding more screw ups to the super? Pretty soon you're gonna. If we go 10 years from now, we're gonna have a new cover where you rebooted Action Comics for the 5th time, and we're gonna have a cover where it's got like 50 super people on the cover because you keep making them and screwing them up and then adding more to try to fix the problem, but you're never fixing the problem. You just keep doubling down on your mistakes. Kill all these fucking stupid characters, pardon my French. Superman, Supergirl, John Kent, the end. Oh, you can throw Steel, the original Steel, if you want. That's fine, but this that's why I hate this cover. Not the art is, it's not my favorite art, but it's fine. It looks
yeah,
attractive. But anyway, I just
yes,
want to clear
yes,
that up. Sorry.
yeah, and I want to point out that Skip's getting excited over Elizabeth Brett while they're doing the coloring on here. Yeah, how do you feel about her husband, Mitch Brightweiser? Red Rooster. Anybody?
I don't have a problem with Mitch,
No,
but
no.
I know people that supported Red Rooster have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Um,
So now I want to clear the air. Uh, Zach. It all depends on what Dan Jurgens writing. If he's writing what DC had him for that Stelline time skills that they had, remember for future sake. If DC's not letting him write good stuff, then I'll enjoy it. But if they're forcing him to write some really just shit stuff because DC that's what DC does, in order to work for them, you have to follow in line for certain things. Now it seems to be a little bit changing a little because the way they're letting Jeremy Adams write Flash, so maybe DC is changing a little bit. But I mean, you still got the Megan Fitzmartin crap, so I'm always like, let's see what's going on. But from the description, it looks like we're gonna have Dan Jurgens and Lee Weeks return to tell the tale of young Jonathan Kent. What? Why are they running young Kent? Isn't he aged up? Why? Yeah. It's about him
But
learning
that's
about his
that's Lois and
abilities.
Clark. That's Lois and Clark too.
Yeah, I'm
They're going back
shocked.
in, yeah, they're going back in time to tell a tale in that period.
Isn't that offensive? He's aged up. Deal with it. That's what I mean. It's like what? Yeah.
No, this is the same crap that they've been doing. This is like the X-Men Legends stuff. This is
Yeah.
like, oh, we're gonna throw old fans a bone because we screwed up your characters and you're pissed off. So here, have some breadcrumbs and be happy. And that's why I said like I find it offensive because I love this Jonathan Kent. What I got on the screen here, like this is what we all liked. This is what we all want.
Mhm.
We all miss this. And instead of giving it back, you're just going to throw us some breadcrumbs and expect us to be happy. And I'm saying I'm not happy. Like
Dude, I
this,
love that Steve. Dude, I just want to point out the covers though. I love that Steve Beach cover, the one with the metal on it, the glowing eyes. It's Superman coming to punch him in the face. There's also the incentive by Herbert, by Jack Herbert, the 125,
I would
where
like this
Superman
cover a
kind
lot
of
better
thugs.
if it wasn't Randy Quaid's Superman.
I don't
I
care what it
mean,
looks like, as long as he doesn't. It looks. It can
I
be.
can't
Every
get
time I see
over it,
that,
man. I can't get
it's
over it.
it's not Randy Quaid. That's more
It's
the
it
Gipper.
it's not as much Randy Quaid as some of the previous covers.
I
True,
kill Americans.
but
I am Superman.
it just does it's
It's the Gipper. That's how I see it.
it's just
Ronald Reagan is Superman.
uh yeah, it does
But I
look a
love
little
the
bit like
detail. Yeah,
if
I
60s
love.
60s Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I love the detail though on the skull and everything. So that's kind of
Uh,
cool. But
I think this is
of
the
course, of
detail you
course,
like.
I'm going to Warren Low. Of course, I'm going for Warren Low, Power Girl variant, Marania. Damn well, why not? If you went for anything else, a question, yeah, yeah. Especially Zach.
I don't know. This one makes a good argument. David
Oh,
David Nakayama is like a wannabe. He is to Frank Cho what
yeah, but
who's that other guy? Bradley is to
if,
Art
if you,
Adams. Brad
I don't know, but if you look at the one in the middle though, when it's the orange one with Superman, the Jack Herbert 125, that's Christopher Reeve Superman. You click on it and you look at it, it's Christopher Reeve.
the Jack Herbert one?
Yep. Then the orange where he's carrying the two people flying away from the explosion.
Yeah, I could see some Christopher Reeve here influence.
It looks great.
Yeah. It's a I like the composition of it. Um some parts of it I
It's
don't
it's
like.
Superman being super.
I like what they're trying to do with this cover. But
I just wish that Superman would stand his ground and just use his cold breath to put out the flames.
this is the cover I hate the most because
But
it
their
doesn't even
meteors falling.
it features everyone but Superman. It's like because it just you know what this does when I see this?
Yeah.
This is basically DC saying we freaking hate Superman and we would get rid of him if we could, but we can't because you stupid old fans would get pissed off and stop buying our books. But we actually do. We don't like you. We don't like your characters. This is what we want to do, and this is we're gonna make covers for
Oh.
some of the fans that agree with us because there are fans that are like that. I see them in the comic book store. I see them on Twitters. I see them out there. They also hate all the classic
You should,
stuff, and
you
they want to.
should,
And,
so you hit that cover with a gift on it. Go to 1053. It gets worse. Sorry. Continue your rant, but go to 1053 and look at that one.
I hate that cover too. 1053. Ah,
It just hits you.
yeah. So oh god, and this stupid is that White Adam? Who is that?
Uh,
No, that's not White Adam.
it's
Uh,
Alicia Perel movie card.
I don't know who this character is, but
It's Billy turning into Shazam.
oh, I
That's
see.
what it is.
He's yeah, okay, Billy turning into Sam. I'm not used to seeing Billy look like a teenager in the comic version, but I guess they're trying to make it more in line with the movies. I'm guessing.
Well, yeah, the kid who played Billy is probably an adult now. He's
He's
probably
like mid
18.
20s.
It's been a while.
Dude, the family, dude, like I think it's Mary, like one of the kids, like I think it's Mary in the movie. Like she looks like she could be a mom. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
you're not aging. Look, and I don't mean to sound berating. She looked
Hey, she could
fine.
be my mom any day.
She looked, but as a kid, I'm like, you don't look like a kid. You don't look like you could even be in high school. Like, then that's the problem with doing live action kid stuff because kids age out. Um, and so yeah, and the Shazam storyline, for in my opinion, kind of relies on that, right? It isn't a story of kids. Oh, and by the way, all you Willow haters should probably hate Shazam because Shazam's for kids. So I don't know why. I just had to say that.
She's 26 years old. That's why.
She looks like she's in her 30s. Oof. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
I wonder how old the youngest one is. The one who played Darla, the kid. They're gonna do the kid people again, little kids. Uh, Diedrich Bader's in this movie.
I
Oh,
have no idea.
he's
Um,
apparently he's gonna be in the new Shazam Fear the Gods. So is DJ Oh, DJ Cortana's one of the kids. He's Pedro. Oh
Austin
yeah.
says, "Remember when Superboy was just young Superman?" That's before even my time, Austin. That's been a long time
So
since
so the
Superboy was just young Superman.
so the little girl that plays Darla, she's now 15 years old.
Ay, yeah,
Because 2019 was how many years ago?
I think they need to do. Um, I think they need to start doing this more of this stuff where they like make movies just like back to back. I think that needs to
Like
become
Donner used
more
to, yeah, like Donner used to do
like who?
for this Richard Donner Superman movies. Remember they used to do? They did the one and two right back to back.
I didn't do
Christopher
one and
Reeve
two
movie.
back to back. What are you
Yeah, they
talking
were.
about? No,
Yeah, they were.
Richard Donner didn't even finish Superman 2. He like walked off.
Oh no, not Richard Donner. It was the other one. It was the two people but they did film Superman one and two were filmed back to back.
No, number 2 wasn't even finished by the same. Like they had to like put in someone else. That's why there's the Richard Donner cut. It was kind of like had a similar thing. Well, except I don't think there was a suicide involved, but similar to like the Justice League. But Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings was like the first
yeah.
movie of any sort of
Superman,
prominence to be
and night, yeah.
filmed.
They were filmed one and two were filmed back to back in 1977. They're being filmed at the same time.
Hmm.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know about maybe they filmed part of it. Yeah. Ronnie is saying they filmed part of it because I know Richard Donner didn't finish Superman 2. Um, but anyways, um,
Yeah. Well, you talk 80% of the, no, what it was that is just 80% of the film for number two was shot with Christopher Reeve before it was decided to finish shooting the first film.
so
So
but to my knowledge, like the Lord of the Rings is one of the first films to really take that concept and go and like they shot the whole thing,
yeah,
wrapped it up, finished it, and then had three separate films. And I'm just saying,
yeah,
like for cases like Shazam or movies involving kids or whatever, I think number one, it just makes more sense because franchises these days are a real thing. Like every movie that comes out, practically any sort of blockbuster, like summer blockbuster movie these days, like all of them come out with the intentions of being like a trilogy or a franchise. They don't make it's rare that they just make like a one shot movie, right? Like I'm going to bring back James Cameron because he used to be the guy who didn't do sequels. Like Terminator 2 was an anomaly. Every movie he made was just like, oh, I'm doing True Lies, I'm doing what have you. Like, and that's just the way things used to be done. And if they were a really big success, then they would say, let's go back and do another one. but they didn't launch it with that idea. But nowadays, movies are launched that way. Like like the whole DC universe was launched to be like this massive franchise. Like they weren't just thinking, hey, let's do a movie and see how it does. So why not, if you're going to do that, just film 3 films? You save a ton of money that way because you have all of everyone's hired. You don't have to go back and do all that hiring process all over again. You don't have to go and do all the pre-production, get set up. Like you could just do all that in the beginning, keep everyone on set, and do one single shooting schedule. And then when you go through the editorial process, you just have one big editorial process. It just seems like it's a bigger risk because if you fail, like you got 2 other films you still have to release. So I think probably that's kind of why. But if you have big tentpole films that are part of a big cinematic franchise like Shazam is, and I know Shazam's not the biggest success, but being a part of the DCU, like they could have just had 3 films. I mean, Marvel could get away with that right now, for sure. Especially if they're making a movie about a character that's actually people care about. Um, like right now they could just say, let's shoot the next 3 Guardians movies. Boom, boom, boom. Because that you just know there's are gonna if as long as you make quality films, people are gonna come and see them. Um, I don't know if the same can be said about other characters, but you know what I'm saying? Um,
For sure. All right. So you want to
yeah.
do our little comic book thing as far as what books we should go through, and then go into the other one for the
Oh,
people who want to go to bed early.
oh. Well, I'll let you pick. We'll have dealer's choice tonight. RDV, you pick where we do next.
I think we should just go line by line, and then we'll go into the actual talk about what we're gonna talk about.
Okay.
That way, for people who have to get up early in the morning, can stay, in a little bit and go with us. And I know this is Skip favorite part too. Skip likes to talk about
Skip
comic
likes
books.
this part. All right. So this for those of you that don't stay up late enough to normally get to this part, this is a little thing RDV and I have been doing, and you guys can join along for fun, where we have the League of Comic Geeks new comics coming out for Wednesday, and what we do is we pick line by line. So there's 6 comics. I can't count right per line, and the
Yep.
idea is think of this as if you're an owner of a comic book shop and a customer walks in and says, "Here's 6 comics. Which one should I buy?" And this is not about what you would actually buy yourself. And it's dependent on only these 6 comics, and you have to try to pick what's the best recommendation according to your personal whatever, your knowledge, your taste, whatever. If you're the guy in the comic book shop and you want your customer to walk away as happy as possible, and he's going to buy one and only one of these 6 comics. Sometimes you have hard choices and there's a bunch of good ones, and sometimes the choices are really hard and they're all shitties, but you got to pick
Yes,
one. So,
you have to pick, and even if it's like, oh, I don't want it, so we're playing
so
pretend. So don't worry, you're not like you're paying for it though, so
yeah,
it's
yeah,
good.
this is just all good fun. So, let's see. So the top row here, we got Detective Comics, 1068, Amazing Spider-Man number 18, Action Comics 1051, Saga 61, Thor number 30, and Batman One Bad Day, Catwoman number 1. Seems like Batman's been having multiple bad days, not just one, but it's whatever. So RDV, what is your recommendation from the top?
And it's tough because I like the Detective Comics, but I'm also curious about that Lois and Clark. So and I'm gonna wing it today, and just gonna go with Action Comics over Detective Comics.
Sacrilege.
It's like
Man, your
I like me
customer
some
may
Power
not be
Girl.
coming
I
back.
like I like Leah. Right? Leah Williams runs Power Girl. I like her on Exterminators right now, so I'm curious what she's gonna do. And then you get young Jonathan Kent. Why would I not choose that book? It's up my alley. I get a little cheese. I get a little good story. I get Detective Comics. I don't know. It's a new thing, I guess. It's when I read about it. It's all about Two Face, and I'm kind of sick of Two Face. So that's why I'm kind of leaning into Action Comics.
I'm kind of sick of Two Face too, but I'm Rom V gives everything a fresh new coat of paint. So I don't think you can go wrong. And Rom V writing Detective Comics to me is a no brainer. It, it's this man. You just this is a time you don't get many opportunities like this. You know, some comics never get a writer of this level writing them. Like, you know, they're just you're stuck with a middling level writer at best forever. And I'm looking at you, Iron Man. Iron Man's never had a great writer. I know Marania might take some offense to this because she's a big lover of Iron Man, and it's not a slight against the character, but he's just never had a top tier, you know, writer of this level approaching it, and it's unfortunate because I think Iron Man deserves it. And so Detective Comics, you know, it's a bigger IP, and Detective Comics or Batman and just in general has had a wealth of some of the legends on that title. But I think Rom V is going to stand the test of time, and this is just a good time.
Yeah.
We've been suffering bad stuff on DC's Batman for a while. I would say soak it up while you can. To me, this is just kind of easy because it's just Rom V so good. Action Comics, it could be. I think that the Lois and Clark, if it was just Lois and Clark, like it was Jan Jurgens and Lee Weeks the whole way through, I'd be a lot more excited. But unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah.
Um, and
I'm
Saga,
also Yeah,
Saga.
I'm a little salty too because I wonder if Ram V was going, hey, you want to write you want to leave Catwoman and write Detective Comics, and he said yes. I was like, bro, you left me with Teeny Howard and Catwoman. If that's true a story, whew, angry.
So Saga is what Saga is. I think people who are big Saga fans are gonna
Brian
know.
K. Vaughan, is
Brian K.
that?
Vaughan, it's Saga. Like it's it's one of the
And
biggest
yeah,
indie books, but
still going too.
I still can't put that above Detective Comics. So
Next row.
as looks like Zach is also siding with you. He would recommend Action Comics.
He's not a big
Um,
Batman fan, but he's been liking the Action Comics, so he's. I think he's still becoming more of a Superman fan than he is a Batman fan.
oh yeah, he is more of a Superman fan than Batman fan. I would probably agree. Um, and Marani, of course, is arguing with me. Iron Man's had Denny O'Neil, David Michelini, Bob Layton, and Fraction. To which I say all three of those or all four of those guys are middling writers. I know it's sacrilege to put Denny O'Neil in that, but that's the truth. There are, in my, when I'm saying middling, I don't mean that as a slight, like you're bad. They're more of like the workhorse, like journeyman writers, right?
Good John
Uh,
Cage, right?
especially O'Neill and Michelini. Like Michelini wrote comics for a long time. He wrote my era of Amazing Spider-Man when I got into Amazing Spider-Man, but he those guys don't have the type of stories that you look back and just go, "Oh my goodness." The way we look back on some of the really great writers. Those guys, they're not
Uh,
Hall of Fame writers. They may be
Laser.
fine, but
I
um
like Laser Protector. That's why I like. So I like Michelin.
Lethal Protector.
Yep, Venom, Lethal Protector. I like that
Well,
story. Dark storyline.
again, there's a difference between liking something and being like Hall of Fame level, right? That's what I'm saying. So
Well, if that's the case, everyone's mid compared to Garth Ennis.
most
Sorry.
people are mid. That's what I'm saying. If everyone is a 5-star writer, then 5-star writing doesn't mean anything. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so I,
Well, I wouldn't say the mid. I wouldn't say because I go by 5 stars. I would say Garth Ennis is a 5 star. Ramby is a 4, but sometimes can reach 5. Zdarsky is lately he's been 3 stars for me. You know, and Megan Fitzmartin is -5.
um,
Same with T.V. Howard, the same person. Can't write. All right, so
yeah.
next row.
Next
I'm gonna
row.
I'm going. It's easy for me. Next row. I'm going with Justice Society of America.
All right. So the next row we have Catwoman 51, Human Target number 11, Harley Quinn 26, Justice Society of America number 2, Monstrous 42, and Midnight Suns number 5. Um,
You're like I
all
say,
right.
if you're not going for Just Society of America with Jerry Ordway doing art, you were insane. It's Jeff Johns too.
It's hard
But if you want
to
the,
it's hard to
if
argue
you,
with Jeff Johns and the Justice Society.
I mean, Human Target. If it was anybody but Tom King, and they say they hadn't killed a freaking guy the way they did, I'd be inclined. Like if it was Jamie Delaney coming back and writing, I'd be like, dude, I want to read this. But it's Tom King, and I don't care for Tom King. I didn't get why people thought he was good on Batman. I couldn't get past the first couple of issues. It was so bad. It's boring.
Oh man, the first
But
couple issues of his Bat that first 6 issues of Batman I thought was fantastic.
ugh,
Um, well, I don't want to say fantastic. It wasn't 5 star, but it was very solid.
right.
Um, but I think in hindsight, I think it's probably because he had help from Scott Snyder. I think Scott Snyder probably really.
Left notes
bu-
over here like character Dennis.
I think probably yeah, because he was starting off. He was taking over for Scott. Like I just think, and also Scott co-wrote the first issue,
Hey,
so I feel
who that?
like he had training wheels on those
Do you know
on that run, and then afterwards it just started going downhill.
my main issue with the Tom King is it was the creation of Gotham guy, whatever it is, in Gotham Girl, whatever his name is. Two superhero powered people are working with Batman in Gotham City. I was like, no, I already have Superman and Supergirl. What I would need a Gotham version of that? That's just too stupid. But unless you're gonna turn him
Uh,
into a villain and be,
they were
no,
meant to be temporary characters that could die, so
but then they go on forever.
they didn't. One of them, Gotham, died.
But Gotham Girl's still going though.
Well, yeah,
I
but
think.
I think the idea was that she was disposable, but whatever. She hasn't
Yeah.
been used since. She's only been a Tom King thing. And look, I'm not
Uh,
gonna fault people making new characters because Stan Lee created hundreds of characters. That was his whole like thing. Like he threw
whoa,
stuff
whoa,
against the wall, and if it didn't stick, they moved on. So
whoa,
sometimes,
whoa! Hold on.
what?
Marania Singh Sai, the Justice League. Wow,
Oh,
Marania.
well, just you know.
Wow. I'm sorry that it's better than Iron Man.
uh, it's funny. It's I love comic book talk, man, because people get fans of the things that they like, and then
Yeah,
when you
I know.
disagree, like the knives come out. But yeah, like for example, I'm gonna just say, and Ronnie is probably gonna, I don't know, I don't know what Ronnie's gonna do to me, but Jeff Johns is a better writer than all 4 of those people that you listed that wrote Iron Man. Like Jeff Johns, I'm not even sure I would put Jeff Johns in that same. I don't even think Jeff Johns is as good as Romby writing detect like, but Jeff Johns is yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna earn
Yeah,
earn some
JSA.
daggers.
I never understand. Yeah, so why do they call it JSA when there's an O in there? It should be just SOA.
Just so when
Should
you
be an O in
abbreviate
there.
things, you can get away with leaving off those
It's like
type of
Green Lantern
words like
corpse. There's a P in there. Why is there a P in there if it's corpse? It's core. Just like no, it's core. All
that's a
right,
good one.
so the next one's gonna be fun for you because
Hold on,
I don't know. I
who
don't.
else? Who else? We got to keep the other votes because obviously that's my pick too.
Well, I just read
Um,
off the other vote was Maranya, and then Zach
no,
had
and Zach says JSA all the way.
yeah.
All right, so no one suggests other than JSA. So that's a clear lock. Um, let's see. Ronnie says Denny O'Neil's run did a hard take on Tony's alcoholism, put the original one to shame. But Ronnie, we put the original one to shame is because the original one wasn't great. Like, anyways, I'm not
We're going
saying
down the
Denny
rabbit
O'Deal
hole.
did a bad job. Denny O'Deal might have been the best Iron Man writer of all time,
I
but
like Stan Lee, man. Stan Lee Iron Man. I was reading those first 6 or 7 issues. I was reading those. Like those are fun. So all
sorry I
right.
caused you some salt. No one picked anything else than JSA.
Drink
So
some water if you're highly salty, Rania.
the next row, and feel free to jump in, guys. We got Sins of Sinister, number 1.
I like.
Exterminators,
I,
number 5. Star Wars, Dr. Aphra, number 28. Star Wars Yoda, number 3. Lazarus Planet, We Were Once Gods, number 1. And Scorched, number 14. This is going to be a hard one for me.
yeah.
This is going to be real hard for me.
uh, the Lazarus planet. There's not really any good writers out there that I know of. I was looking at it today. I was like, I really want to get
What are you
this.
talking
And I
about?
was
We
like,
got Dan
what?
Waters. And don't you
Dan
like and
Waters?
Philip Kennedy Johnson? That's the guy who's writing the Superman book that you recommended.
No, it's Dan Jurgens.
Dan Jurgens is writing a backup story, but the main writer of Action Comics is Philip Kennedy Johnson.
Yeah, I'm not reading that though. I'm getting it for the Power Girl.
Oh my god, you're getting it for the Leia Williams story.
Yeah, so get it for the Willow. Sorry, because I want to check it
Right.
out. And also, hey, there's a Dan Jurgens story in there too,
Okay.
so it's a
I don't want
bonus.
to. I don't want to hear you complain about bad writers then, because you got Dan Waters on here, Philip Kennedy Johnson. I don't know how Francis Manipul's writing is, but he's a writer artist, and he's a fantastic artist. I don't know anyone else, unfortunately.
Well, he's not writing it though. It's Josie Campbell writing.
He says
He's just
Francis
doing art.
Manipul, writer artist. He's a writing
Yeah.
credit.
So you're gonna have 4 writers and
Apparently,
only three
it's
three
48
artists.
pages. Look at the credits on
That's
this book right here. it's, it's like a
that's
it's like a it's like a book in itself, just the credits. Which, by the way, almost always when a book is by committee, it sucks. So just keep that in mind. Um,
Zach. I knew it.
so
You know,
Skip and Tosh and Zach are both recommending Exterminators. Um,
I gotta join my boys. Exterminators #5. I'm going with that as my pick.
Yeah, and you got to
Uh
vote. You have to. The name of the game is you have to vote because you got to pretend you're the comic book shop owner, and a customer is going to buy one and only one book, and these are the 6 picks. So you're going to get money, but you also want your customer to be happy. So you can't just recommend shit. So you have to try to pick the best plate of crap that you can. Um, so
um but here's a shocker. I am picking up Sins of Sinister #1.
okay, you're picking it up. Is that your recommendation?
No, that's a recommendation,
Oh,
but I'm
okay.
picking it up because so my pick was Exterminators #5. Yeah, that's a yeah. But
Well, that's different. You can pick up stuff for your own interest, and
well, I'm picking up for my own interest. The reason why I'm picking up because not because I care about the book, because there's a sweet Carrie Andrews cover on there. That's the
really,
only reason I'm getting.
you're buying it
I
for
ain't
the
bullshit.
wow.
Right on the cover. It's a throwback cover with Carrie Andrews. Once you see it, you'll
Is
know.
this it? Yeah, this is it. That's a pretty cool cover. I do like me some Kari Andrews.
Yep.
And that is the best era of X-Men. Oh
Yep,
man.
that's I know. That's, I was like, I saw it because on his Instagram, I was like, bastard.
Still not
I,
I'm not paying $5.99 just for that cover though. Sorry. No
I
way.
will.
You
You can look
will.
at it.
I'm glad that you have $5.99 to support Kari
You,
Andrews with.
hey, it's either that or I get or go to McDonald's. I'm not going to McDonald's, so I'll skip that.
What? Why are you gonna skip out on some McDonald's Coke? You were just hyping it up.
Oh, I said on the meal and stuff. I can skip it. I got Mountain Dew right now. I can last about a week.
Oh, all right. So
But
it's a cool
yeah,
cover. I'm glad you got to show it to me. Um,
I'll show it to you again on Thursday. Look, Ash.
I don't. I might have to recommend Exterminators. I can't believe it.
Really? Scorched
Uh,
is that's Sean. It's I believe Sean Lewis. Yeah, Sean Lewis is writing that and Steve Zagoya art. I'm enjoying it. It's basically the Avengers if say like Iron Man betrayed them. You know, Iron Man was leading the team and he betrayed them. So, and they think that he's so
yeah, you know what?
Thor.
Yeah, you talked to me also because Todd McFarlane's $2.99. I'm gonna have to give
Yep.
the nod to Scorched. Is gonna be my pick because I can't, dude. If I'm gonna support 2.99 comics, 5.99 for Sins of Sinister, no way. Go to hell, Sins of Sinister. I don't care if you got a Car Andrews cover. I can go online and I can pull up the cover and look at it, um, and see it all day long. But I
I'm just loving this. I got no matter what role you're gonna go down to, I have a book in there and I can pick easily. I think I might win on this version tonight.
well, it's not
So
about you winning. It's about your customers winning. So it looks like Sins of Sinister, or sorry, Exterminators is getting the win here. Everyone is picking that. Um, although we're getting people abstaining. That's not fair, guys. You have
who's
to,
abstaining?
if you don't pick every row, you're only picking the easy picks. That's not a real
Wait, wait,
pick.
wait, wait. Who's abstaining?
Well, people that don't vote, I'm considering abstaining.
People who are commenting and all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Um,
it's Mr. Ass. Hey, it's one Dave.
so Zach says he would also pick, but wait a second, Zach, you already picked Exterminators. So, oh wait, so you're wait, Zach is saying he's gonna buy Exterminators himself, but he would recommend Scorched. So Scorched is his
Yeah,
pick.
and Marania chose Lazarus Planet.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Cheesecake makes people happy. uh,
All right. All right. So next line, this one's easy for me. But we have Tim Drake Robin, number 5, from one of the best writer artist teams currently working in comics. And that was a lot of sarcasm. Star Wars High Republic, The Blade, number 2, because we don't have enough subtitles in comics. Junkyard Joe, number 4. Sabretooth and the Exiles, number 3. Doctor Strange, Fall Sunrise, number 3. And Punchline, The Gotham Game, number 4.
man,
Oh, Zach
if
is
only.
taking his pick back. He's not gonna say Scorched. It's going back to Exterminators. All
Well,
right.
you only get you what you know. Hey, once it's like pool. Once you take your hand off it, you move the cube. That's it. You can't just say, "Oh, when we move back, I'm gonna start over." No, yeah. Sorry, like checkers. Same thing with checkers. Once you take your hand off the piece, that's your move. Sorry. Um. So if Robin was Damian Wayne Robin, and it was still written by Josh Williamson, I would definitely go that book. But they've ruined him so much. It's gotten to the point where it's horrendous. It's abomination, and it
Cover.
shows you.
If you didn't know
The
anything
cover
about
looks
this
great though.
book,
It looks great on this. I will not deny. I like that cover,
no,
but
but if you looked at that cover and didn't know anything about this book, wouldn't you think that's Damien?
almost yeah. How angry he is?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
doesn't that
short.
way more looks more like Damien than Tim? I'd be like, that's Tim? That's Damien. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
Tim is
Yeah.
tall and like lanky, like and I imagine Tim having a bagel, holding a cup of coffee, then hanging out with Stephanie.
That's a cool cover, I have to admit. I like that cover.
But so obviously my pick is going to be Junkyard Joe.
Did you see this I don't, because I'm not sharing the screen with you. Unfortunately I forgot.
No, I'm watching an 8-second delay.
Yeah.
I
Let me
I
correct
like
that measure
I,
for you.
I, I like the main cover though.
What do you think about this cover?
Hold on. Uh,
I shared it on the Discord.
yeah, yeah. I see. It's cool, but I still like the main cover.
This one's not your cup of tea as much.
It's no, I if the other main cover wasn't there, I'd go for that definitely.
This
Except
is like the Dark Robin Returns. I think that's
right,
why that's what
that
it makes me think of.
that I keep thinking that's a Todd McFarlane returns,
Uh, all right. So,
but I
what's
like the
our
main cover though.
picks? Dave Asanowicz saying GI Robot, he means Junkyard Joe. Zach is saying yo Junkyard Joe. And Ronnie says the flaming cover appropriate for Tim these days.
Uh, Come on,
um
Jay, be a sport. Vote.
Uh, Ronnie's having a
And if you
hard
don't,
time between Junkyard and Doctor Strange, but she's
and
having
if
a
you don't
hard time
see,
with the art on
yeah,
Doctor Strange.
uh, stylized art. It's Trad Moore, this guy who did Silver Surfer Black.
Yeah, it is
I
very
mean,
stylized.
it's
This
trippy.
is gonna be make or break. Like Riley Rossmo, he's is gonna be very make or break.
My friend John's been enjoying this book. He's been, yeah, he likes the art. It makes kind of sense. It's kind of like a mind trippy, book.
So if you're living in Oregon where shrooms are now legal, you might like this book even better.
All I do is drink the water. It's in the water.
All right. Jay's like, Junkyard, I guess. Jeez. You can tell who's not reading Junkyard Joe. Um,
I don't think he reads any comics. Do you, Jade? Are you reading anything, lately?
he reads something, I hope. This is absolutely my pick. Junkyard Joe. Jeff Johns just knocking it out of the park.
I
I did
don't like
her.
the human eyes behind there though. It makes me freak out. Like, is it really like? Because we've seen Joe, like that's creepy. When you find
Um,
out Joe's not a robot, it's actually a person inside the robot.
I would not. This book's gonna go somewhere, I think, because
Yeah.
um, he did that with Geiger, man. Geiger
Yep.
did
Yeah.
not finish where I thought it was gonna. Where it starts off, you're just like, wow, this is a weird book. And by the time it wrapped up, I was like, oh dang. And I love how these books are just they're interconnected. So you guys that aren't familiar with this, um, this little subtitle here, unnamed. It's part of this little universe that Jeff Johns is creating.
Dude.
And this character, Junkyard
It's
Joe, appeared in the Geiger comic. And these characters, all these books, the next book he's doing is called Redcoat. And each of these characters are part of the unnamed. So he's doing in comics kind of what Marvel did in the MCU, where these characters are sort of being introduced individually. And then it seems like, because he hasn't really been very forthcoming with what he's going to do, but it seems like you're going to get this bigger story where they come together. Um, So yeah, he just man, Jeff Johns just knows how to tell hero stories. That's what I like. I would recommend checking these out if anything sounds interesting. I know Junkyard Joe on the surface level may not be appealing because you're like, I'm not really into like war comics or it's a robot, it's a military, like and I totally understand. But I did a video which maybe that might help you. I did a video for issue number
yeah.
1, and it's one of the few 5-star comics I've given. One of the few 5 stars ratings I've given to a comic of 2022. Um,
So
man,
I want to point out, Zach. I'm not surprised you love the Geiger verse. We know you love the Germans.
yeah. And I know Dave Asanowicz really likes war comics. Dave, if you have not checked out Junkyard Joe number 1, um, I would be very curious. I miss Dave used to do these really cool videos where he would like my favorite comic haul videos. That's how I got to know Dave actually from through Twitter, and then he used to do these comic haul videos, and he would like sit at the in his car like after just going to the shop, and he would like show all the comics that he bought, and he'd play some like rock music in the background, and they were just really fun. Like they had a lot of enthusiasm, like that passion, and I just looked forward to those every single week. And I missed those videos. He ended up having to move and then didn't have a comic shop local and anyways, but I miss that. But I know that he's a big war comic fan. I'm just very curious what his take would have been on the book because it's it the first issue at least was a war book. Zach says he loves the Geiger verse, and yeah, so that's my pick. Your pick was? Let me go back. You did not white with. So that was my thing. Why did not you not pick? I thought you liked Junkyard Doe.
Did pick. I was the
Oh,
first one to pick.
did you pick? I thought you picked
That's it.
something else.
Yeah, I
Never
said
mind.
Junkyard Joe.
I had a Biden moment. Please forgive me. Um,
Uh, wait, hold on. I need to go check the Corvette.
please do not go in there. There's nothing to see in there.
Oh
Uh,
my gosh, I got a story to tell you about that though. I was at Half Price Books getting some books on there. This guy behind me talking on the phone with somebody. He's talking about, oh, yeah, Trump, he knew what he was doing. He stole those documents. So Biden didn't mean to do it. We should let Biden go. He's an old man. And I was like, what is going on? And I'm looking behind me. I'm like, what? I'm like, can you just go outside? I want to look for books and peace instead of you listen to this nonsense. And you can tell it's like somebody he's just does no idea what's going on. It's just I want to turn around and be like, dude, can you hang up your phone call? Or just go somewhere else. This is because like I look at half price books as being like a library. Everyone's so freaking quiet, and you got this guy he's yelping away on the phone. It's like this is not the place for this, sir. I don't care what you're talking about. I thought that was funny though, because I was like, I did not expect them to be a conversation I'd hear over here, but I don't know. All right, next row. Let's go there.
Wait, hold on. I didn't get Marania's vote. So Marania, you said you were battling between the two. Um, so I'm gonna assume you're gonna pick Junkyard Joe based on what you were saying, but I don't know for sure. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone else's
It
votes. I
says
think I
time
got
for me
everyone.
between Junkyard Joe and Doctor Strange, but then she says Junkyard Joe beats the Doctor in terms of art. But Strange is way too Peter Marks for liking. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So
So Junkyard Joe.
next row, we've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin, The Lost Years, #1, because we need to make titles into a
You know,
paragraph.
I looked at the cover. I didn't notice the turtle at first. I'm like, what is this book?
Speaking of titles being a paragraph, next we have DC Horror Presents Sergeant Rock versus the Army of the Dead #5.
It's Hitler on the
The,
cover. Wow, I can't believe this passed DC's anti-racist.
and then
Oh,
we've got Batman Gotham Knights Gilded City #4, Blue Beetle Graduation Day #3, All Out Avengers #5, and Creep Show #5.
I want to. Eventually, I'm gonna give all Avengers a try. I'm gonna read some of it, see if it's any good. Because I've been hearing mixed reviews. I've heard. I think Frugal even said he liked the first issue, and I know Zach's been praising it. But for me, uh man, I'm going with Sergeant Rock. Man, I gotta finish off this series.
Zach's also the guy that thinks uh, Harry Potter is better than Willow. Just keep that in mind.
You know, Willow's so popular they named a tree after him. It's called a willow tree. True story.
Uh, this is a hard one to pick, man. This is a hard one.
Not for me.
Marani's saying she must pick one. It's All Out Avengers #5. Um, I
Steve
might,
Orlando and Clay McLeod Chaplin are on Creep Show.
I might have picked The Last Ronin, The Lost Years, except it's not Eastman and Laird. The whole reason Last Ronin had any appeal, in my opinion, originally was because it was putting the band back together, Eastman and Laird, going back to the original Turtles and doing it, and now we don't have it's not Boom Studios anymore. It's back to IDW, which is probably because Laird's not involved. But now we got Tom Waltz and Kevin Eastman, and then neither Eastman or Laird are doing the art. So, like, this is the
Wait,
problem
Alan
that
did.
Turtles. This is the problem that Turtles has is like, oh, we just let other people do it, and then it gets ruined. So I'm
Alan
not
Davis is doing it. He's doing an alternate cover for all Avengers.
saying that this book will be bad. Maybe it could be good, but it doesn't have any. Oh, wait, what is this? What is this? How are you the
Oh,
last Ronin when there's multiple turtle? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. Okay.
it's a group shot, an alternate universe where they're all different. Yeah, each one
Including in
survives.
the female turtle. I hate the female turtle.
Janica.
Um.
Casey Jones loves her.
Oh. Um. There's the Blue Beetle graduation day. This one's a tough one for me. I'm gonna have to go Sergeant Rock versus the Army of the Dead.
Although I'm laughing at that cover because she got webbed in her eyes. Carol Danvers. but I don't like how her costume look like it's basically like Thor's. Why is it the same color scheme? It almost looks exactly like Thor's coloring, like they're wearing matching outfits. I thought she always wore the blue, where now she's black and red. But
Well, they just made the blue really dark blue. But you're
I'm
right. It
guessing.
does look black because when you put it next to
Oh,
Black
oh! I didn't,
Panther,
I didn't see She-Hulk. She got sprayed in the face too. God, is it? Are they all against Spider-Man? Is that this whole story? It's a Spider-Man story?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. So I was like, it looks weird. But Alan Davis is doing a variant though.
I mean, I am kind of curious about this book. Alan Davis is not the artist he used to be. It's not a terrible cover, but
Depends what he's drawing. If he's drawing the new stuff, it's kind of hard. Like he draws. I like him drawing the older stuff. Tree art.
he's just not the artist he used to be. It just happens. Oh,
Like
we got a
I would like.
Stormbreaker.
Yeah. Where she farted. See, look at the
Ugh,
purple coming.
what the hell is this?
So I was looking at the other one that's up there, the Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle would be great if it had great art. I think I'd probably give it a chance, but the art looks so horrible.
Well, you can never judge. You're just judging the cover, though, right? Have you seen the interior art?
In the interior art, no, I'm not a fan of it. Looks like a Pfizer comic.
I guess this is the same artist as
And
it's.
look at a Starfire.
Ugh. What the hell did they do to
Exactly.
Starfire?
Joker Fighter. What the fuck is that shit?
What
The
the?
Invaders. It's like
Who's this?
Invader Zim.
Who's this person in the back?
That's the female Beetle.
There's a female beetle.
I'm just messed. I don't know.
I don't know anything
the,
about Blue Beetle.
the green Beetle.
The green beetle. Oh my
There's a red
goodness.
one, there's a black one, and a white one. They're the power beetles.
So yeah, this is it's pretty easy for me to recommend Sergeant Rock. Um,
Dude, Levitt's Avengers is probably the best book I've seen in probably the past 20 years.
well, Levitz is I mean, he used to run DC Comics. Like Levitz is
Levitt's
an
and yeah,
he's
Levitt's and
a
Alan Davis and the Avengers book is
he is
great.
an accomplished person.
Yeah,
He's one of those journeymen that I would talk about, like people that just know the business, they know the characters, they know what they're doing. They've never written anything that's just like outstanding that just like stays in the annals of time that people go back to, like your Watchmen, your Dark Knight Returns, or anything like that. But he just has a long career of just being solid. Um, and like I said, I think he ran DC Comics for a while. Um, so can't go wrong. I mean, when you compare it to Jason Aaron, it's probably gonna be night and day. Holy crap, that's it's gonna be
I know, right?
like drinking a cold glass of water from being in the desert for a week.
I'm
Um,
hoping Jed McKay really brings back the Avengers back to what they used to be before all this bullshit. But before Jason Aaron ruined it. I mean,
Rania says that Blue
even
Beetle was
yeah,
originally made as a ripoff of Green Hornet. Oh, that's weird. Like I thought Blue Beetle was like a almost more like I don't want to say an Iron
Batman.
Man ripoff, but like doesn't he like find alien technology that like
Well,
gives him like
no,
this armor?
that's the younger one. That's the new one. The Jamie. Yeah, the one that's on there.
Oh,
That's the story.
what was
Or
Ted
Jaime,
Cord?
whatever it is. Ted Cord he had Cord Industries. He's a billionaire
Oh, oh, okay.
scientist. He invented stuff. So
And so did he just make an armor, or what? What is that? Why he had the
he
Blue
did.
Beetle armor?
No, he had a Beetle ship. He had the original Blue Beetle flying ship, and then he just basically had a ray gun he'd use, and he'd just wear it.
Really?
You look at just Europe. That's Ted Cord. He never had armor.
Oh, I thought they. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that's right. It's more like he just wore like a spandex.
yeah.
That's right. Ronnie says before Ted Cord and Jamie. Oh, there was a Blue Beetle before Ted Cord?
There was Charlton, but I thought that was Cord.
I don't know.
Charlton Comics.
I
Yeah.
thought Ted Cord was the first one. So
Yeah,
That would
same here.
explain a lot of why I don't know. I'm definitely Blue Beetle is one of those like C-list characters that I just never really explored.
Okay,
Um,
we're being corrected. Then Ted wasn't the first book. Then tell me who was, and tell me who wasn't.
who
Zach,
was the first? There must be like a golden age Blue Beetle, I'm guessing, because
maybe.
DC like had all those golden age characters that they sort of wiped in the and redid them all, like Flash and Green Lantern. Um, I'm assuming I'm assuming that probably was the same thing with Blue Beetle.
Oh, well, since nobody's telling us, we'll just move on.
Well, it takes
Nobody
some
else
time. It
knows.
takes time. Remember, when you ask a question, it takes 8 seconds for Marani to hear it, and then she has to type it out. So it could be
Well,
30 seconds
Zach
before you get an answer.
Zach responded twice with him before Miranda has. I think Zach had to Google it.
Well, he might have been typing beforehand.
Yeah,
Um, all right. So
Dan
I think we got
Dan
all the
Carey.
picks
All
for
right,
this. Let's
for
go on to the
this.
next line. And
So
we're not going to do every line. We're going to go until we
no.
start to get to the dregs. But we're still into
So
mainstream comics. We got Murder World, Wolverine #1, Gargoyles #2 from Dynamite, Damn Them All from Boom Studios #4, Once Upon a Time at the End of the World from Boom Studios #3, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers / Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #2 from Boom Studios, and Behold Behemoth #3 from Boom Studios. A lot of Boom Studios in this one. 4 out of the 6.
comes the boom.
Boom.
All right,
I
so
think I
I'm
know what your
going
pick's
with
going to be.
really. What is it
Mm-hmm.
gonna be?
Gargoyles.
Nope.
No.
Power Power
You,
Rangers.
Mr. Dynamite fan and a Gargoyles fan
It's still in my book. I'm
with this
grabbing
cool
it. Right
cover.
off. I'm grabbing
I'm
the book, so I'm still
shocked.
reading it. But it's not my pick though. Over this, I'm going with Dan Mora art back at Boom Studios with Ryan Parrott writing Power Rangers Ninja Turtles.
Well, you made a good pick. This would be my pick as well. So I can't really argue with your pick. I was just surprised. I thought you were going to be Gargoyles.
Because
But
I
I
discovered Dan Mora through Boom Studios.
I
I
had
you know
forgotten that Dan Mora was doing the art. So had I remembered that, this would have been uh, my pick for you as well, because I know you love your Dan Mora. And Ryan
uh,
Perrott
uh,
is
yeah.
the seminal Power Rangers writer. um, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a bigger gig, to be honest. Um, but it's only a matter of time. Maybe, I don't know. Marvel and DC aren't what they used to be, so they don't seem to be caring about talent anymore. Um, but if I
Like I
were
said,
an editor, if I were an
yeah.
editor at Marvel Comics and I wasn't Jordan White and I actually cared about making cool comics, I actually would probably be working hard to get Ryan Perrott on X-Men. That's just me.
Yeah, I discovered Dan Mora ironically through I was reading the 2019 Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot. He was doing the art on that the first 4 or 5 issues. I was
And
just
you,
blown away. I was like, who the heck is this artist? And then I see him jump on to like DC. It's like this guy's phenomenal. More so when he's drawing actual people, hero human beings in a book like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Go look at that art. It looks exactly like Sharon Michelle Gellar. All of them. He does. None of it looks like it's. Oh, this isn't her. And you could tell as soon as he left the book. Holy crap! Did the art just went to Rossmo? It just went horrible. I was just like, what? No. I was kind of upset. I was like, really? I was so invested in it because it was actually a pretty decent story.
can you imagine?
But
Look, think about this for a second. This is Boom and IDW, and they've got Ryan Perrott, who I know is not a big name because he hasn't done any big name comics yet, but he's a talent. Like people that read Power Rangers, they swear. I mean, I think he's like made that book run. Then you got Dan Mora, who's is a total talent. Both of these guys are on a Power Rangers Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle book. Why are these guys not writing for the big two? Like this should be a team on a big book in the big two. This is the state of the industry today. Can you imagine?
yeah,
If X-Men had Ryan Perrott writing it and Dan Mora drawing it, I could be fair to say that you and I and probably at least a couple other people in the chat would be buying the book who are currently not
also
buying the book today.
There's no Jenica in this book, so I don't know what you're talking about, Zach. That's the other book. That's the Ronin one,
She's on the
probably.
cover of this issue.
Where do you see her? I
She's
didn't
right
see
there. She's
Michelangelo.
Jenica's yellow.
So where's Mikey then? Because it's Donatello, Raphael, Leonardo, and Michelangelo. Michelangelo's the
Uh,
orange.
yeah, you're probably right. That could be. They did that as a yellow color though.
Could be just bad coloring, or because of the light.
Yeah. Let's see if there's an alternate cover that shows more.
Like the comment, I just noticed, like I said, it's like you're like this cover, but the Power Rangers suspended in air for no reason. I can't see it now. Thank you, Mr. Comment Guy, Mr. Roboticon. He's like, why are the Power Rangers suspended in air for no reason, except for the Red Ranger?
Yeah, I think that is Michelangelo. Like it looked like Jenica because the way they drew her, like it looks like a.
It's Mikey.
Yeah, it's Mikey. It's just we're not used to seeing Dan Mora draw the turtles. This is not how the turtles traditionally look.
No, they're supposed to look like the cartoon version.
Well, they just this Dan Mora
Because
is
look at how Raphael just like towers over Mikey. That's what's throwing me off.
yeah. Yeah, he doesn't draw the turtles in a traditional way. Yeah, it threw me off. But that's fine.
At least I don't look at the horrible like movie one they had with Megan Fox. Oh, those are
Yeah.
horrible.
Thankfully, no Jenica. It did look yellow, Zach, so you're not the only one.
But Jenica wears a blue though. She wears a light blue.
I thought she wore yellow.
No, light blue though. That's what I checked. Leonardo had one, and she also had one too.
Anyways,
Which
so what do we got here? I picked turtles. You picked turtles. I didn't see anyone
yeah,
else vote. Oh, Skip says also. So it's 3 for that, and Zach says gargoyles super easy. So and also Marani also picked gargoyles. Um, wait, why did Skip voted Creepshow at first? I think I'm gonna assume Skip changed his mind from Creepshow to
he,
TMNT.
'cause he didn't know Dan Moore
Rangers.
was on it. That's why.
Yeah.
Or was that Zach? That was Zach said I didn't know Dan Moore was drawing this.
So I gotta
Yeah.
say, I mean, I'm not a big gargoyles fan. I'm not saying anything against them. I'm just saying I'm not a fan. This is a good cover. Good job on Dynamite. I think this is a very eye popping cover with quality art. This, if I were a Gargoyles fan, I would be proud of this. Like I would want to know more. Once again, when you get into Dynamite, you've got a billion zillion covers because Dynamite
But
is.
look at the Tony Flicks cover though.
Look at how many covers Dynamite does. This is stupid.
I
There
like
are
the Tony
more.
Flicks cover too.
There are more covers for this than my shop will sell copies of the book.
So I would go with the top left corner because that's what I'd go with because it's a cartoon and it might be a connecting cover. But then maybe it's not. I don't know. But
Yeah, that does look more like the cartoon, but dude, the A covers. That's another thing too. Bravo Dynamite for putting your best cover as the A cover. Like I hate that when they have variant covers and the A covers like crappy and then like really nice cover for like the incentive or something. I just
yeah, Alicia Perel does the green one, the bottom right corner, or the middle one, top middle. That's Alicia Perel or Perel. He has the oil painting ones. I can tell he has right away. So
yeah, it's a solid looking like I would this looks like a quality book. Like I hope the book is as
wait
good as it looks.
until I tell you that the human's dating the gargoyle on the cover.
Never mind.
You change your mind now.
I'm just saying I'm not a fan of gargoyles, but I appreciate when quality is done because I want the fans of gargoyles to get a book that they like.
Yeah.
Um, so
So
the way I look at it is like if it were something I were a fan of, I would want it to look that good and not look like some of the other crap that comes out. I'm just like, oh. I think we got all the votes. Skip says his votes were on 2 different rows. Correct. Sorry, Skip. I had another Biden moment. Creep Show was on a different row. I forgot.
yeah.
So,
So I'm going with Darkwing Duck.
So the
If you
next
haven't
row,
figured
we've
it
got
out.
Philadelphia 27, Sandman Universe, The Deadly Boy Detectives, number 2, Hitomi, number 4, Darkwing Duck, number 1, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Saturday Morning Adventures, number 4, and Lovesick, number 4. And so your recommendation
Yeah.
for anyone that was these like the Darkwing Duck, huh?
The new writer that I've never heard of, Amanda Tebert, is doing this.
So you're going to
I'm
recommend a book based on someone you've never heard of.
She wrote. She's writing Star Wars Hyperspace. She wrote Wonder Woman 77, Superhero Girls, Teen Titans Go, Halloween Night, John Carpenter's. She worked on that. So also, it's Darkwing Duck. How often do you see a Darkwing Duck story and it's not done by Disney? It's going through Dynamite, which is really weird.
Oh, because Disney doesn't know how to run a comic agency, as evidenced by Marvel Comics. But um, this is another really solid cover. Like this book just screams like, "Hey, we know what we're doing." Don't know if that's going to be true on the
I like
inside, but
all the covers. Yeah.
um,
This one also has an icon cover.
zillion covers. Dude. Just dynamite, man. They make so many damn covers. Uh, I'm intrigued. Darkwing Duck's kind of cool, but I am very much got to say, just because I know you, I am shocked because there's another comic book on this row that has been your personal number one
Yep.
and is not your pick. Can you care to explain why that is? Is this book dropped off for you?
No, it hasn't dropped off for me. I just want to see Darkwing Duck. I'm more anticipated for that book this week than I am Turtles. I know Turtles. I'm still gonna get a good story, but I'm really curious to see as far as Darkwing Duck because Darkwing Duck is a character I grew up watching on TV.
So if I come to your store and I'm like, here's
Same
6 books, which one should I buy? You're not going to tell me to buy Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You're going to tell me to buy Darkwing Duck.
I'm gonna tell you to buy Philadelphia because you like vampires and murder
I don't.
because you're adults.
You're the
I would not
vampire
recommend you.
lover.
I would not recommend to you any kids books, Ash, because you like more of the adult stuff.
Okay,
So I would say
Joe Schmo
Joe.
comes into your comic book shop and he gives you these 6 books and says, "Which one should I buy?"
First of all, I'm only speaking for myself, not for other people.
Well, these are picks for recommendations. That's what I'm saying.
All right. For other people, I have a book I'm not reading. I don't know anything about Hitomi. I don't know anything about Philadelphia. I know there's vampires, but other than that, I do not know anything about it. It's going for 27 issues. Could be cool. Sam Universe, I just no. I would tell you to go do drugs first. Read that. Lovesick. That's more like a Skipitosh. I would say if Skipitosh came, I'd be like, you should check out Lovesick. Seems up your alley. Just off that cover. But for me, I said Darkwing Duck is I'd recommend that, and I said if you want to follow up, it'd be Turtles. It told me is what I'd recommend to you. Just going alone off the cover, and what I've read of it, the first issue, I think that's something you probably need to Ash. Now it's not a dog with a sword, so I don't know. You may not like it.
I just want a good comic. That's all I want a comic I'm going to enjoy reading.
Or
Um,
cheesesteaks? Yes, that's Philadelphia. It's where the cheesesteaks bite back.
so, um, see, I'm confused now because the 2 books I was thinking that I would pick would either be Philadelphia or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but not because of my personal taste, because I don't read any of these 6 books. So I'm trying to pick a book. I'm thinking to myself, I'm a comic book shop owner. What books? And I'm hearing from my customers that Philadelphia is amazing and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Saturday Morning Adventures is amazing. So I'm having to base some books off of reputation. But now you're not convincing me that TMNT Saturday Morning Adventures is that good because you just fallen off the wagon. So I
Ah,
don't
it's
know.
there's only 2 books that I would actually want to get off that entire list. Is that, but I have an unnatural bias for Darkwing Duck. You could put Tom King on there, and I'd probably be like, "Fuck, I want to buy it. It's
That's
Darkwing Duck."
Yeah, this is where you and I have completely different psychology in regards to that. Like I cannot like
Yes, light the breen. He's here.
Eric is here and he's making fun of us for saying anything interesting. We would say more things interesting if we had the talent of Eric Breen, but he's too good for this show. But it's good to see you in the chat, Eric. Um, we're doing a little thing where we try to pick the best out of a row of 6 comics that are coming out, and there's not always good choices. Um, I'm gonna pick Philadelphia as my pick. This has been a book that no one says anything bad about. Um, and even Skip, who for some reason that I can't fathom hasn't read it. He reads the sister book to it, which is the sing along blog, I think is what it's called. I don't know, it's got a weird name. Skip can probably put in the chat what it's called, and he was saying that was really good. Um,
So,
I've heard really really great things about Philadelphia. I also heard that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Saturday Night Morning Adventures at one time in history was really really good. But Darkwing Duck does have a pretty cover and a writer that no one's ever heard of, so that could also be a good recommendation. And I don't see anyone
so,
in the chat recommending anything.
Skip. That Lovesick is actually written by and drawn by Luina Vecchio, who worked on Rogue Sun and also on Killcello for Scout Comics. Yeah, she does all the art and the story as well. So it looks. I said it looks up your alleyway. The cover is what you see on the interior.
This does look like a Skip book, I have to say.
I totally, I totally saw it. I was like, "That's Skivintosh all the way."
Green is here just to say hello, but he's way up past his bedtime. So thanks for stopping by, and go Kings. Yeah, Skip says he did read issue 1. Um, yeah,
Of
we
that
were back when
Philadelphia.
been the indie comic show. We were considering featuring that. He wasn't into vampires at the time, or sorry, he was sick of vampires at the time. Um, but he recognizes it's a quality book, and it's Nita Hawes. Is it Nita Hawes sing along blog, or am I confused? Nita Hawes something something. I don't know.
Nita Ha's Nightmare World, I think it was called.
That's it. I'm
Something like that.
confusing. There's another single. I think that's a Josh Whedon movie.
Oh,
Oops, I forgot to mute my mic because I'll let my dog in. A screeching door. All right, I think we're heading towards the dregs, Doctor. Good
the
doctor.
Dregs.
Well, we got one more of this row here,
There's
and
still
people.
some
Well,
good
people
picks on
aren't
the next
voting.
row.
People aren't voting anymore, except for Zach. He recommends Darkwing as well. Um,
There's still some good books coming up. So in some lines here.
Not according
It's
to the
even a
chat. They don't like these books apparently. But the next row we have Inferno Girl Red #1. That's a weird title. Hell to Pay #3. That's a good title.
yeah.
Plush #3. 007
Soul.
#6.
Yeah.
Samurai Doggy #3. And Siren's Gate #3. All of these are single line titles. I'm not used to these. I'm used to reading a mouthful. So, what do we have to say about this row? What's your pick?
I don't know anything about Inferno Red. I have been reading 007. It is a fun book. Samurai Dog Gear read at least 2 issues. It's okay. Um, I Hell to Pay is by Charles Soule. Right now, Charles Soule's Hell to Pay has been kind of interesting. It's more mythological, kind of like uh, this couple has to get like these all the coins back that were stolen from Hell because basically like these coins will get this guy his freedom, and then they finally revealed who the guy is. You know, who's locked up in the cage. So who's basically who's basically they're working for. Um, I won't spoil what it is, but I mean, it turned out to be really good. 007 is kind of felt like a James Bond story, and not a Daniel Craig one. You know, more like a Pierce Brosnan or even a Timothy Dalton kind of like in a sense. Man, they're both equally good in my opinion. So if you like spy stuff, Double Seven, I would go for that. If you kind of like a supernatural, kind of like a heist stuff, Hell to Pay. So, but I'd definitely though over the two of them though. I'd go to Hell to Pay. It's an interesting concept, but
So this Inferno Girl, or yeah, Inferno Girl Red, it looks like it's based in that universe from
Chainsaw
um
Man.
oh man, what was the name of that book? Radiant Black.
Oh yeah.
So they formed a universe called, I guess they're calling it the Supermassive
Oh,
verse
yeah,
or
it's got Matt Groove from Ultraman and Selfmade
um
on there.
yeah, so but Radiant Black was the first book, and then they did Radiant Red, they did a Radiant Pink, and they're sort of a tokusatsu kind of inspired thing. And then Ryan Perot's got a book that's based in this called Rogue Sun, and it's in the same universe. And so this looks like a new book in that universe. So,
Wait, is every wow? I was looking at the comments. Every issue is gonna be 56 pages long for $6.
huh. I did not like Radiant Black at all. In fact, I hated Radiant Black, but I was very curious about Rogue Sun because Ryan Perot's doing it, and I'm not against the universe. Um, so maybe that could be interesting. I'm sorry, what was your pick again? Or did
For
you
me,
say? Yeah.
I said Hell to Pay.
Hell to Pay, huh? I thought even more than 007, or is it not? Did that book drop off for you? I thought you were really liking it.
Were you not listening for the past 5 minutes
No,
that I
I
was
was
talking?
I was doing things.
Dang it! Only I could pull an RDV. Dang it! No. I said Hell to Pay is more of a supernatural, kind of like a heist. You know, like a what is that called? Ocean's 11. Except they only have two people. And
Oceans 2?
yeah, yeah, Ocean's 2. Yes, trying to get these recover these gold coins, these two supernatural gold coins,
No,
for
I
this
was asking you
prisoner.
about 007.
Yeah, and I told you, this is part of the thing. I chose Hell to Pay. 007 has been a good book. I like them both equally, but I said I'm choosing Hell to Pay because I like them both. I'm getting both. They're both on my pull list.
Okay.
Yeah, Hell and 007 is ending anyway. That's the last issue.
The only reason is because I've heard you talk
Yeah,
about this 007 since it came out,
yeah,
and this is the
yeah.
first time I
It's
heard you
been
hype up Hell to Pay, so it was
yeah.
kind of a surprising. I was gonna guess you were gonna pick 007. That's all.
Yeah.
So
I've hyped
not
up Hell to Pay when I show the book on my when it comes out finally. This is issue 3. Feels like every issue is like a month apart or two.
all right. So Jay says he's fading. He's got to take off. Jay, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. Um, Skip is picking plush because he's into the furry books.
What do you choose, Samurai Donkey then?
No, no, I said furry books.
Yeah, isn't that a furry book or Samurai Doggy?
No, it's a cartoon animal. Furries are people who dress up as cartoon animals.
Or dogs that dress up as humans?
No, that would be something else. But they don't. No, this is literally a book about like look the pitch. Cannibalistic furries have abducted Devon away on a blah blah blah. Like it's literally a furries are in the book, like actual. It's not a. It's not me calling something furries. The book itself calls them furries. So um, I've been very curious to read it. Skip is big on the talent behind the book. His boy Rico on the colors. So
Like Wagner's writing it. Wrote The Average Joe's, like 2014 for 12 Gauge Comics. He also wrote Beware the Eye of Odin. So he wrote that, which I think, and vinyl as well. I think Beware the Eye of Odin is what Skip was praising last year.
that sounds like a bad idea book that I never had access
I-
to.
Image Comics, but it might have been a bad idea. Just make it.
Oh, there was another book I think that had a similar title, man.
Oh, I don't know. He had an
Um,
Odin book. That's all I know. It's
so we know what my pick is going to be. This is pretty simple. It's my favorite comic of 2022. If it comes out, actually, I don't know. But I love this book. I did a video on the first issue. For anyone that wants to know more details, it it's not the greatest book I've ever read. I'm not going to try to tell people that, but this book for me, the reason I love this book is just the way it all comes together. It's got a lot of intangibles. It's kind of hard to describe. I find it a certain amount of charm to the book. I kind of dig the art style and design aesthetic. I think the artist Santos um, is has a great deal of talent. He's very raw. It's unpolished, but his visual storytelling, his sense of design, and everything is great. Chris Tex is the writer, and his sensibilities. He's a huge Hayao Miyazaki fan. In fact, he's making the way I did some research on him. He's making a fan film based on a Hayao Miyazaki project that looks really cool. And they're two Brazilian guys, and you can just tell like that they just have a love of the medium and they want to do stuff, and that passion shows. And this is the kind of indie comic that I love because it's not a like a corporate production. It's not like, oh, like an existing IP that we're just gonna tell. And there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. If you want your Batman comics, I love Batman comics too. But when it's something it's just like a passion project, and it just feels like more of a comic made on the streets type of thing. Um, and there's just a certain, like I said, a certain intangible. I totally admit originally I bought it because I love samurais and I love dogs. And I was like, it's called Samurai Doggy. It's a stupid sounding title. I get it. But I just, it's one, as a book as I read it multiple times because I had to read it and then reread it for my video. And then when I did the video on it, I went through the book again. And I was like, the more I went over this book, the more I just found that I was like, just really enjoying it. And I think for me, that's goes back to my biggest love of comics. When I was a kid, I didn't buy like every comic because I had to just get what I could get on my meager, allowance or my income. So I only got to get a handful of books. But those books that I had to be the ones that I really treasured and would love to just pour over again and again. And a lot of the comics I get today, I admit, like I'll enjoy reading them. I'll go through and like, oh, that's a fun story, and I file it away and I forget about it. I don't care about pulling it out again. I don't revisit them. They're just fire and forget. They're like your average like television show or something that you're like, yeah, it was entertaining, it was fine, and then there. But the ones that just reach out and grab you. I know it's not going to do it for everyone because we all have wildly different tastes, but yeah, this one this it just feels real, man. I don't know. It's hard to describe without sounding weird, but um, I think all the books on this. Well, maybe not Siren's Gate. I don't know what this is, but
Siren's Gate is by look it up. Guys.
it's got
It's the person who does the artist is Shannon Mayer. Art's phenomenal, but the story, yeah, it's not so it's cliche. The biggest
mm,
problem we had is they're using that 3D modeling. It's called Poser.
uh,
Is the brand, and it's yeah, the interior art was, if you would it, for me, I mean, it wasn't really the art was that bad. It was the fact that it was that the thought bubbles, or whatever word bubbles, were just so horrible and hard to read. The font they chose was kind of like italics, and it was kind of just like, what the hell is going on
no,
with this?
that sucks.
So, um, but it's got a werewolf, it's got sorcery, it's your fantasy stuff. It just kind of sucks because it's good, great art.
I need to
So
make some corrections from before. Zach has corrected me and said that Skip voted Dead Boy Detectives, and I had 3 votes for Darkwing Duck. So apologize. Make sure that
yeah,
correction is there. Sometimes it's hard to catch this on all the different chats, so I want to make sure I get you guys right. That's not intentional. I'm not seeing any
yeah,
votes for this line, so my pick was Samurai Doggy, and Hell to Pay is RDV's pick.
no.
Um, And I am curious about Hell to Pay because I really am liking 8 Billion Genies, and I don't consider myself a Charles Soule fan, but I think that's because I only experienced him previously in like Marvel, and I did not like what he was doing, but I really like what he's doing over there on what's the name of that book that I'm reading? Undiscovered Country, and he's co-writing with Scott Snyder, and I like 8 Billion Genies, so it's making me want to check out Hell to Pay. We'll see if he lands
Marania,
the sticks the
yeah,
landing on Hell on 8 Billion Genies.
Marania voted for Samurai Doggy.
All right, so we got one vote from Maranya on Samurai. That's
All right,
two for Samurai.
you want to speed it up, we can. There's a couple more issues are books I'm getting through the next couple lines, so not a lot, but
This one's kind of crazy to see two Mark Millar books so far down the list.
you know,
This
I,
list is in order of the people who pull the the subscribers to the site. What books they're pulling. That's why the popular books are at the top and the less ones at the bottom. So it's surprising to see Mark Millar so low when he's such a
yeah.
superstar.
So I'm going for the off of this is Nightwalkers. It's
I'm
Cullen
going.
Bunn. I'm taking a chance with that. It's but a group of survivors, or not survivors, but the group of people go to rehab, and then they wake up locked in with a monster's insatiable hunger for blood. So the first thing I'm coming out like 30 Days a Night because yeah, and it's survivors just trying to survive. It must be a vampire or some kind of thing, feature, or whatever monster, but it wants to feed on them. So it's a set, plus like a horror thing book. So so I'm going with that. And
Basically,
obviously the next,
only Philadelphia is the only vampire book you skip on.
no, I've read the first issue. I just have to buy it. That's all.
Okay. Um,
Just like Criminal, man. I picked up. I'll eventually pick up the thing first for Philadelphia. Read more of it though.
I'm very
Boogie.
curious about this
Yeah,
for some reason. Um, Boogeyman. Ablaze is a publisher that I'm kind of keep my eye out on. I think they're doing some interesting things.
it's number 5.
This
Yeah,
cover is very striking to me, um, but I don't know anything about it otherwise. Um, Mark Millar, I'm a major fan of, but I missed the previous Magic Orders. This is the fourth series of Magic Order.
I know, right?
Um,
That's I was like, eh.
but that also must mean that it's successful, you know.
Is he gonna tie into his other books though? Nemesis is gonna
A
tie
lot
into
of his
this.
books don't tie in, but he is doing a new series coming down the pike that's a crossover series that's gonna cross over all of his series. I don't. It's gonna be weird. And then this American Jesus one I haven't read because I'm worried that it's going to be
But
sacrilegious.
yeah,
So I am hesitant as much as I love Mark Millar. Um, I worry about that. So that's why those haven't been as exciting to me. Otherwise, if these were any other books of Mark Millar, they'd be huge for me. But if I had to recommend, I would probably be Magic Order if I were gonna pick a book out of this. And then Marani is picking the free Marvel previews because sure. And Skip says the Boogeyman is good, and he got the first two issues. So there we go. I'm assuming that would be his pick then. And Zach says toss a coin to your Witcher.
sure. Yeah, Battle of the Two Wolves, number 2.
Um, sure.
Someone Polish writing it, I guess. I'm not sure. The story
Well,
about Gerald.
the original Witcher books are written by a Polish author.
Yeah, I'm just cornering with this. It's a Bartosz Zybor. It's a
I don't know. That'd be cool if it was if they got like a huh.
he wrote Cyberpunk Blackout, and you have my word.
Maybe Dark Horse is a really good publisher, so I don't give them enough credit because they tend to publish the kind of books that I'm not into. It's not a
Yeah.
failing of like their quality. It's just more
Oh,
not what
Jim
I'm looking
Henson's
for.
storyline.
But I
This
wonder.
guy wrote Jim Henson's storyteller series. So this
Oh,
person's pretty much been writing a lot of uh video game IPs, other than
I wonder if
the
this
storytelling.
guy. I wonder if this guy works at CD Project Red.
Maybe
He could be like a writer for that company, and he's doing this stuff on the side. I'll be curious. I'm gonna have to look more into him. It makes me more interested because if he is, that might explain some things. Zach says he may try out Magic Order. That'd be cool, Zach. I'll check out Magic Order with you. Um, he says he's been digging into the Witcher books and comics recently. Good stuff. Um, so yeah, I like that cover. It's cool.
a
It's
Witcher.
the Witcher. Uh,
Mhm.
all right, so Nightwalkers, Boogie Train. It's getting some love. Look at these lower comics. As we can see here,
Yeah,
I'll just kind
yeah.
of show these books off. We won't have to go um, really into them, but see what.
Vampirella Strikes is on my list. Lord of the Jungle, Tarzan, dude,
Oh,
awesome.
is
And,
is
and
it
then you
is it a
have
Tarzan book or is it like a Tarzan ripoff?
no, it's Tarzan.
Okay,
Stan
I
Jurgens
wasn't
Tarzan.
sure. Okay, because they don't say
Yeah,
Tarzan, they just say Lord of the Jungle, and sometimes
it's
it's
old. It's basically old man Tarzan. And you get flashbacks to young Tarzan.
okay, cool.
Cherish is that's what's his name, John Murphy's wife is writing that story. It's been fun. Um, Mark Russell, really?
I was like, oh, another Blaze book, and then I see Mark Russell, and I go, never mind, skip. Eh. So, yeah, didn't she write
Harley Quinn.
the Harley Quinn book? Yeah,
Yep.
that was.
This is, yeah, Cherish is a revenge story. But pretty good with high tech. It almost feels like an older image book. Back in the day they had a Wildstorm.
His wife is Katana Collins.
Yep.
Oh, how come she's not Katana Murphy? Never
I don't
mind, we
know.
won't ask that. It's the 21st century. Um,
One night in Bangkok makes the hard man duffel.
speaking of Green Hornet, if we were speaking earlier, um, good
Here's
boy.
good boy.
Yeah,
Look at that. Born of Blood. Getting that too. That is Joe Corral is helping with that book. Archie versus the World #1. That's also my pull list too. Looks awesome. Mad Max, and I forgot what the other one, and Fist of North Star. Looks cool. And then yeah, nothing on that row. I'm getting anything. That's but then yeah, there's my two Xenoscope books on the same freaking line. And then you have also Lady Death too. Crazy. Which I don't buy. And then like there's a third Xenoscope book coming out this week, which doesn't make sense. You have Robin Hood, Belle, and Wonderland. That's not unheard of. It's basically one of them was gonna be pushed back again, but then
Xenoscope, from what
um
I understand, has they like publish a lot of stuff quarterly,
yeah.
and because of that, just because of the cost of publishing and stuff, they get a lot of their books published at the same time, so they usually come out
Well,
kind of in
yeah.
chunks.
Robin Hood got pushed back. It was supposed to come back like 2 weeks ago. It got pushed back to now. That's why I was like, what the heck's going on? Um, but after that, Zombified is a new one I'm looking at. Below those two. It's called Zombicide.
Zombicide. That's based on a board game. I have a couple of the versions of the game.
Yeah, never heard of it. And then I guess there's supposed to be another Jokerella book coming out too. It's called what was it? Where did I see it? Dolly in the Dark.
Yeah, I,
You gotta
I
go.
don't think I don't think that was coming out this week though.
It's
I
number
didn't see it.
2. Mad Cave Studios at the bottom.
Is it on the bottom?
Yep. Keep going. Scroll down.
Oh, there's more. Never mind.
Yeah, there's more.
I thought I was at the bottom. There's more. Um. Oh yeah,
Wait,
I
there
do
is.
want to check out this Dolly in the Dark. My store didn't get any of these. Has anyone read this?
I think Eric has actually. I thought Skip's
Yeah,
pink
I think Eric
lemonade.
Pink Lemonade. People are skipping on that book. Yeah, or sleeping on that book. I'm sleeping on it. What are we missing, Mister Skipintosh? I mean,
Crazy art
besides this amazing cover,
and Nick Cagnetti.
I don't know anything about this book. Um,
Try Sony knows.
it says pink
I'm best
in
friends with.
3D. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, this is not a kind of book that I would see on the cover and go, oh, this is up my alley. I would, um,
I
but
feel like Skip likes get on the books that where you're like on acid looking at the art.
Skip's tastes are very interesting, that is for sure. But sometimes, man, he has steered me to stuff that I would not normally get, and then I try it and go, "Oh, never would have known." Um, so maybe this is one of those cases. It's bizarro.
Like Miss
Skip
Piggy
also
Back.
wants to mention The Ends by David Lapham, quickly becoming a fan of all things Lapham after Hero Trade with Kent and his Stray Bullet crime noir series. Yeah, David Lapham has his fans are pretty hardcore about his stuff. So that's another book of course, it's a bad
Weird
idea,
Russian
so
book.
I'll never see a copy of it. Um,
Got some weird Russian books in here towards the end here.
I would like to check out
Exempt.
Dahlia in the Dark, but my store doesn't get it. Canuck Beyond? What the?
Look at the
What?
books above. Look at the books above them. They're all in Russian. Those top three red books on the book on the right by Bubble.
All right, interesting.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
mean,
saw that. I was like,
this is a fan sort of like sourced site, so a lot of the information provided here is given by fans, so it's not totally surprising to see some of these books. But this Canuck from Lev
I know.
Gleason Comic House, what the West Coast
Silver
Canuck?
Streak. Yeah, season two or season one. A spy, a Mountie, and a former superhero are stuck on a cross-country train ride. What could go wrong? Everything. Welcome to the gilded world of the West Coast.
I feel like I have to read this.
I feel
From just
like
from that
one of them.
pitch,
You got Thor. We have a Mountie. And we have a guy with a gun.
that pitch was amazing.
Three Canadians walk into a bar.
The world neared annihilation when the Borealis invaded. While Earth's heroes saved the world, the greatest of them all fell in battle. Or so they thought. After being flung through an interdimensional portal known as the Shimmer, Captain Canuck finds himself stranded upon an alien world. It will take all of Canuck's skills to survive and return to Earth, but not before he helps the locals living under a despotic ruler in the beyond. Oh, it's like Planet Canuck. It sounds like the pitch of Planet Hulk. Um,
She looks like Batman Beyond.
yeah, I think that's what they were kind of. I don't know. It looks like a futuristic Captain Canuck. The West Coast Canuck
Actually,
sounds way better,
actually, Canuck Beyond. You know what that is?
huh?
That's Canada right now.
All right, yeah, yeah. This is the total Canadian publication, right? Like, what is
Well, is
this?
it Canada right now where you can't get medicine and stuff because all the shelves are gone empty?
I don't know. Canada is a
It's like it's
horrible.
it's like it's like the Walking Dead over there.
It's a horror show.
Ev- Everything is just like out of stock. You can't get stuff supplies. There's one lady on Twitter saying like she had to get her sister who lives in America to get her some medicine for her kid because her kid's sick and there was no medicine on the shelf whatsoever. It's completely bare. So and that's not good.
Well, Canada's healthcare system now is government assisted suicide. So
Well, they have the
if you
best of
can't
it,
get
right?
medicine, if you can't get medicine, they'll just kill you.
Well, it's they assist you. Well, sir, you look like you're suicidal. I'm perfectly fine. You are not. They pull out a gun and help you.
So this is a manga series that I want to check out. I've heard really good things about
From Spike's family.
Spy
Yeah,
X Family.
yeah.
So just thought I would mention that. But we don't really talk about manga here because we're about comics, real
Ooh,
comics.
yeah.
Speaking
I
of
looked this week. There wasn't really much coming out for trades either. So I mean,
speaking
I've been
of
disappointed for what's coming out for trades each year or each week.
speaking of real comics, we should get to the real comic.
Hear that, kids? We're going to real comics,
Real comics for real kids.
and this
And
is
I'm
where
all out of Mountain Dew. Dang it.
and this is where Skip leaves us.
This is
Good
where
night.
Skip leaves us.
It's like, how to make
Uh,
Skip leave? You just pull up the boys. It's like
I gotta
peace,
say,
guys.
I totally respect why Skip doesn't get into this book.
Yeah,
I don't, and I respect anyone actually that doesn't get into this book if the subject matter or whatever is distasteful. I'm not going to judge that. I do respect it. In fact, it is distasteful for me as well.
I
I
want to point out
do
though,
actually go through some personal conflict.
these these first four issues out of the 8 issue story are nothing like what the boys was. It's less graphic.
That is
It's
correct.
actually it's more tame.
This
So if you're worried about that,
this series so far, the 4 issues that I've read, is very unlike the boys. There is no gratuitousness.
yeah, sorry.
There's there's no there's the violence is very minor. I'm trying to even remember if there really was. There was a couple of violent scenes, but for boys level, tame, super tame. But this might be one of the most thoughtful boys comics that I've read so far. Like man, I I kind of wish Skip would read this just because there are certain things that I would love to talk to him about and see if he saw some of the same themes that I'm seeing. Um, but like I said, I can respect too that staying away. Like I do when I read this series, part of me is like, should I really be reading this stuff? Because I don't know, uh, it's challenging, but I do like what Garth is doing. This is one of the most powerful comic series I think I've ever read, and it's like wrapped in a coat of paint that's makes it seem like more shallow than it is. Ronnie says we're
Really,
reading Squirrel Girl.
yeah, I know.
Uh,
If anything, this series is more heart wrenching.
it is heart wrenching in the sense, and you could, man, I feel bad for anyone that just picked up this book because this was a mini series that came out like in 2019, I think.
And after the series,
If
if
you
you didn't
just
read anything
pick,
about the
if you
boys,
had never read The Boys, you just picked this up, like, oh, issue number one, what's this, Dear Becky? You would not have the effect like this. You had to read The Boys to really like you would understand sort of the narrative, like what the characters are doing, but you wouldn't have the weight behind it.
I read issue one before I even read the boys. I read it after I watched the show,
Mhm.
so I didn't really. There were some minor spoilers for me, but
Minor. Holy crap! What do you mean minor? What?
it still hit me though.
Um,
I still got sad because it is a sad story.
it is a sad story, and so the cover here is probably harder to make out what it is and just being clipped off. Um, but
It's the stepping in on a pile of blood, and you see the boys. It's a reference to the first issue. You see all the boys looking down,
yes, so
but this one's about Becky, Butcher's wife.
come on. I'm running my iPad as a third screen, and it just does not like to work that way.
A
So
third
here's the
screen.
full cover, yeah, of stepping down in a pool of blood, and you get to see
At
that iconic image of the
2019.
boys, but it's the reflection of Becky in the blood, and that is extremely relevant to the story. Um,
Oh yeah. Also, you're not
That's what
showing
he
the actual
told.
comic book. You only switched over for me. You gotta switch it over for
Oh,
them.
that's right. I have it also having the transition. So there we go. I guess no one got to see my errors. Let's do this.
What errors?
Yeah.
You guys heard nothing. We're just teasing you.
Thank you, Maranya, and Bankman for letting me know. So yeah, the full issue we get to see. It's just uh, yeah, this is a heart wrenching story. It takes place. Well, we'll see. We're going to cover it right now. We're going to cover the first four issues because this is the longest story of the boys told so far, and being 8 issues. And yeah, here we go. Just gonna read this little bit here because this also says a lot about the book. Billy Butcher, Wee Huey, Mother's Milk, the Frenchman, and the female were the boys. A CIA-backed team of very dangerous people, each one dedicated to the struggle against the most lethal force on Earth, superpower. Some superheroes had to be watched, some of them had to be controlled, and some of them, sometimes, had to be taken out of the picture. The issue was decided in one final battle against a mass superhero army when a plan concocted by the Supes to overthrow the US government went horribly awry. Now, 12 years later, Huey and his love, Annie January, have returned to his home in the Scottish town of Auchterlody. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sure I'm totally butchering that. Their battles fought and won, their torment over. The days when Colonel Greg Mallory led the boys are firmly in the past. So too are the time that Billy Butcher shared with a woman who strove to send him down a different road. All of that is over and done with. Finished. Now read on. So, um, would you like to do the synopsis or would you care for me to, Mr. RDV?
All right, let's start. Let's get this shit over with.
Oh, damn.
I was making a pun. All right, so he's back at the McClucks. We get to see Huey talking to his one of his childhood friends. The other one is passed away, and yeah. So she's kind of giving him shits because well he hasn't proposed to well just everything that's going on. Trying to remember here because there's a lot of packed in here and a lot of stuff I felt didn't go with the story. It's kind of like this because I think they're talking about everything that's going on it's going on as far as their friend detergent stuff, and just kind of moving on and reckon like and can't do you remember it? I can't remember. I don't really remember anything on this is important on this at all. I think they're just having a fight.
It's a lot of character development stuff, just relationship like it's
Yeah,
not really plot driven.
yeah,
But they're kind of joking around. Like you're talking about having kids because this is like picks up like 10 or 12 years later.
yeah. 12
Um,
years later, yeah.
yeah, and so we can see now that
Well, yeah, because
Wee
yeah, having
Huey
kids and getting married, but
is
Huey
older.
hasn't done anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so he's with Annie, but they haven't been married. His trans friend is still trans. His name's Bobby. Gives him some shit because he calls him Bobby, and then he's like, "You called me Bobby. You dead named me." "No,
yeah.
you did. You called
Bob
me Bobby. I called you
with
Bobby
an
with an
I
I." "No, you didn't. Eh? You said Bobby with a Y. I bloody well did not." And then we can see
calls him
like they're
Roberta.
joking. This was a really cool scene because I really liked. Uh, I felt
well,
like
well,
uh,
trans. It's kind of like this whole trans thing, the pronouns and stuff and all.
Ennis. That's what I'm
Like,
trying to think of. The writer.
yeah, yeah,
I really felt like Ennis was commenting on the stupidity of like woke culture.
yeah.
um,
That's what this whole. That's what I got from this.
yeah. So this felt like commentary to me. Like a little bit
Yeah,
of character development, get back up to speed with these characters, and also have a little bit of commentary on society through Huey and his relationship to his buddy, who is a
uh,
trans. But um, yeah,
So we see him here in a book here, and then we find out that he's actually got forgive me, my love, thanks. He's just freaking out. We have no idea what it is. We just know he's laying on his in the toilet. There's a book there. And then he's talking to his friend again, and yeah, it's just this, okay, so it was kind of hard because the dialect for some of the stuff too.
Yeah, so
Good
they're
old Blizzard. Yeah,
do you want me to take over?
go ahead.
Um, so they're just kind of at the water where Det died. I don't know if it's dead or deet. It's short for detergent.
Deet. Yeah, detergent.
Um,
Yeah,
so and they're kind of talking about some things. Just mentioning, they mentioned that, and they mentioned like the coronavirus. And again, I feel like this is an opportunity
oh,
for NF to make some commentary just on the state of society at the time. But it's not done in any sort of preachy way. It's really done in a very subtle, just commentary way that doesn't tell you what to think. And that's why I think what separates like a political book versus something that just comments on the very existence and lets you have your own thoughts. And these characters have their own thoughts, and no one is trying to tell anyone like here's the right way to think and the wrong way to think. And I really appreciated that. Um, Again, it's more they're just kind of getting caught up with who these characters are because again, it's years in the future. Um, and One of them, uh, sorry, the Bobby throws like the beer can in the water, and then Huey, of course,
Huge
being the
planes.
anal retentive guy that he is like, "Are you gonna leave that there?" and stuff. And it's commentary about how the world is like
Yeah,
gone to
and
shit and like why they don't have kids because they're like, I don't want to bring kids into this world. And you can see like Bobby is kind of the way she is because like just being a part of this world. And it's what I found very fascinating was this idea of it's like a secular written book, but it's written almost like it felt to me very like
a normal book.
I felt to me almost like I don't want to say religious. It's not religious, but just like spiritual. Like it just felt very much like recognizing the hell that the world is going to. Um, and
Well,
Huey,
yeah, and real quickly comment on that.
uh huh.
Yeah, it didn't feel religious to me, but it felt more like like someone who's not part of the woke culture looking in on this, commenting on both stuff, may not may and just commenting how the world is yeah, it's really messed up. The whole pronouns, all that stuff, it's just it's looking from a rational mind, but they're not one swinging one way or the other way with politics. It's written down the line like comic books used to be. Remember?
Hmm.
So it's that's kind of what this is, kind of commentary in that. And like, I love the fact that Bobby asks him, he's like, so when are you gonna marry Annie and all that stuff, and just like make an honest woman of her, and just kind of putting the pressure on him. So of course, this leads to him coming home finding the package. Well, and he said, I had to read it on a toilet, which is like,
Yeah. So he comes
have you
home, and this
have
is
you have you done this before?
not read up. I've read on the toilet, but not a package that I just got. So the scene that we saw earlier was this. We're leading up to what happened to that scene. So he's told that he's got a package. He gets it. It's a book. He goes, okay, he's got to take a shit. So he starts reading it. It says, "Dear Becky," which of course is the the crux of this whole book we're reading.
Butch, Butcher.
And we realize quite quickly that this is Butcher writing. And he's like, I feel a bit strange writing to you like this. I feel even stranger writing in your diary because it's something that belonged to you. I never knew you had it, but it was yours. When I read what was in it, I went completely bloody spare. I never been more angry in my life. And so Huey's getting eyes not only into Becky's diary, but now also Butcher. And
He had, well, he had no idea until he says, "I love my wife, Huey." And
yes,
then he pictures Butcher's face. I love that look down there.
so Huey's like, huh, what? This is like, and then he hears Butcher's voice in his head. I love my wife, Huey. Her name was Becky, and that's when he realizes, oh shit, and he realizes the gravity
Been
of what he's reading, and
been
but
12 years. Yeah.
Huey's a very sensitive guy, so um,
Well, to be fair, it's been 12 years. they haven't mentioned anything with superheroes and all that stuff. It's been and getting into this, it's like what the hell? You think it's your past coming up to you, you know?
Yeah. Well, this is
Now this
also
is
and
yeah.
Huey has
So
been a guy who's always repressed everything, right? So
yes,
he buries everything. And so he's been living
um,
in Scotland this whole time and he hasn't married Annie because he can't like move on. He just buries. He doesn't deal with things. And so now this book is kind of forcing him to and he's getting to see part of Butcher and he's kind of
before
forced into
yeah,
seeing it. Um
this is him working with Mallory before he met Huey. And now I'm gonna tell anybody right now, if you're squeamish about this, you're a fan of Shazam, do not look at this. You might want to close your eyes.
yeah, this
Cause
well, I mean,
oh my
it, it's not that bad, but yeah, it is. It's bad, but it's not that
it
graphic.
to me it is. Ugh,
I mean,
poor kid.
yeah, it's there's some blood. Um, so we see Butcher. And again, this is a flashback to the days of Mallory, and they've got this kid, and presumably that they got him for some reason, and they have the female pulls out his tongue, and they end up
You know, these razor blade. These
they
razor
end up a
blade.
razor blade
Yeah.
and they cut his tongue out.
Uh
And the thing is we're like, well, what's going on? Why is this happening? And well, the kid's a soup. And I think the purpose of this scene is to show just basically how much, especially Butcher, but how much they were just anti-soup. Like even to the point of a kid. And the book points this out, and it makes actually good use of it. This scene is supposed to be horrible. What you're seeing on screen is the worst of it. We just
yeah.
see a kid
And
bleeding from the mouth. Like I said, that's why it's not that bad. Yes, he's bleeding from the mouth. We know his tongue got cut out, but it doesn't get any worse than this per se. But the worst part though is reading the diary parts. And he's like, so I'm standing there looking at him, or it even. I watch it stamp and spit, just trying to kill us uh, with how much it hates us. And I'm thinking, yeah, this is them. This is them deep down inside. The bit they never showed Joe public, but me and the boys know all about. And when I got to this part in the book, like I was like, oh my God, this is like what I was saying, like it felt very kind of spiritual. Not religious isn't the right word, but just um and again, maybe I'm bringing my Christian mindset to it. I'll be transparent, but this idea of like hate begets hate. We see Butcher and he's hate for the soups, but here he's taken this kid and has cut the tongue out. And of course, the kid is just, how would you feel if someone just abducted you and
yeah.
cut your tongue out? Like you would hate them. Like and
Yep.
but Butcher doesn't see it as that the kid has a right to hate him back. He sees himself as justified. Oh, because this kid's
W-
evil, so I cut his tongue out. But now
yeah.
he's like, see, and the hate that he returns to me, that just justifies my own feeling. And I'm like, this is the commentary on the way of the world. The world hates each other, and we
He
justify
says,
our
yeah.
hate towards each other because people have did something to us and we're victims. And so because they did something to us and now I'm a victim, I have a right to hate them. But then when I hate them and I do things to them, they then do things back to me and I'm the victim again. And everyone thinks themselves as, and again, I may not be speaking to you directly or Vankman. And I'm not saying everyone is exactly like this. I'm speaking in very generic terms. But this book, at least this part of the story, seemed like a very big commentary on like how when
Well,
there's two sides, each one sees themselves as being the justified one.
yeah. So basically, getting into this is basically he's telling Huey about this story, but it's actually not. He's not even talking to Huey in this. He's actually writing about to his. I guess it's he's writing it to Huey, but he's also
Oh, he's
part is
writing to
also
Becky. He's writing to
the
Becky.
Becky,
Yeah.
but there's also some parts there to Huey too as well later on. But right now he's talking to Becky, and I was like, I know you would have hate. It's like, there's no way I'm going to say this to Mallory and them, but no matter what we done, no matter what he says, it's, as his stupid bloody word, if he says a stupid word, and gets I can't read that. It's all out of focus.
I'll read it.
I'm
He
trying to
says, "No
read.
matter what he says, his stupid bloody word, and gets 5 times bigger and sticks his dick in his fingers in people that don't want him to, he's still just a 10-year-old. And I know why I'm thinking that." And then we see he's imagining Becky's
Becky.
hand on his shoulder, and he touches himself. He says, "I hate thinking about soups and all this bloody awful shit you do. But if you're with me the way that you think you are, wait, but if you're with me the way I think you are, you see it anyway. You're still there, Becky. All the good stuff that you've done for me and you got me to believe about myself, that's you. And I don't know why, but I feel like you're getting stronger. You aren't going nowhere, not anytime soon. But you see, I just can't have that because the way things are looking with the soups, they're going to get worse, which means the things I'll have to do are going to get worse. God forgive me, love, but I think what I've got to do is kill you." And then we hear like Huey, and he's been in the bathroom this whole time. Baby, are you okay, Huey? And again, we haven't seen January or Annie this whole time, and he's just reading the book, and that's the end of the first issue. Um,
It's like I said, this is a guy who's broken. We're seeing this is seeing right after he when he joined the boys, and he's still the influence Becky has on him. He's struggling. He's grieving, but he also so he's basically drowning himself in the anger to mask his pain, his sadness.
well, I think he's really mad because he doesn't want to be this. He wants to be the
No,
man that
no,
Becky is turning him into, but he's also realizing I can't be this man because I need to be strong. He's 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 like a lot of tough guys are. He's like kind of the epitome of that, where they think softness is weakness. And he likes the person he is when he's with Becky. And you'll see when we get into the further issues, he even makes a comment. Well, it's subtle, but like he realizes like in Becky's world is more safe, right? And he comments about how in his world, like it's gonna get him killed. He has to be hard and tough um I see that as a commentary of society where we oftentimes behave the way we do because we think if we don't, we're going to get hurt. And that could be not as extreme as butcher, right? But there's kids that live on the streets, man. If you that are in gangs and stuff, like a lot of kids get involved in gangs and things like that because they live a hard world and they don't have the luxury to be like, "No, I'm not going to do that," because they'll get hurt. They'll become victims. And so in order to survive, they got to join the gangs. They got to hurt other people. And this is the evil of this world that we live in. And I think the boys, what this book tells me, I feel like Garth is really making a commentary just on the evil of this whole world. The soups represent the most extreme nature of that. Obviously, we don't have soups in our real world, but we identify with that ultra narcissism that we see in like celebrities. And those celebrities do have power in the form of influence and money and stuff, and sometimes can affect our lives. Or they definitely affect the lives of people in their direct circles. And they can cause a lot of pain and destruction. We see that in the world of cancel culture. Anyways, I know I'm going off on a big diatribe, but there's so much like commentary I feel like I'm seeing in this book, um, that you don't have to see the book on this level. I think like you can just enjoy it for the simple, sad story that it is. But I can't help but read into it, as I'm doing this because Butcher does seem to represent that dichotomy of living on both sides of the fence. Like Becky has kind of brought him. Uh, and forgive me for those of you guys who aren't religious or believers. I don't mean to be distasteful to you, but from my perspective, it feels very much like a story of um, how a lot of say non-Christians like they struggle, and or even like if you are a Christian, like to to live in a world of of love and kindness, you may feel like you just don't have that luxury because the world is too harsh and you've got to be tough, or you can't deal with your feelings. And Butcher seems to be this extreme example. He's a caricature almost of that existence, where and Becky represents heaven, and he wants to be part of that. But he can't fully escape it because part of his existence is in hell, and in hell you can't afford to be soft. And so when heaven was taken away from him, he literally had to embrace his demon side, if you will. I know that's kind of a weird analogy, but I don't know how else to put it. Um, am I too far off, RDV, or am I way in the weeds?
I feel like you've gone like way in the weeds. We could have been on issue 3 by now.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. We'll speed things up for your sake.
For not my sake, for the world's sake.
Man, why do you wound me?
I don't wound you at all. I'm just trying to better you.
Thank you, my friend. I think I'm on the wrong
Yes,
book.
you're on the wrong book. Oh, you might be.
No, I opened up the single issue instead of the trade. Come on.
Oh, yeah. It's weird. It's I would have loved to have Jared Robertson do the interior art on this, but does the covers again. So that's another thing that's kind of annoys me. It's like, really?
Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't done any of the books like the recent. This is all these years later. You'd think they would collaborate and um. Forgive me, I gotta go find the book again. Dang it.
So this is a good time for intermission. If you haven't peed, go pee right now.
Where did I put that?
That was for you. Following the drama between Dilly Crowder, or I said Dilly Crowder. We could call it the Dilly Crowder because it's between Dilly Wire and Tim Crowder. There's some drama going back and forth. Crowder got a chance to go on Timcast tonight. And it was actually a pretty good stream. I recommend you go check it out,
Oh yeah, I
whether you
forgot he
agree
was
with
gonna
him or
be
not.
on tonight.
Yeah, they was on Timcast and IRL. Full stream was on there, and then for members only, they had their uncensored for they'll be uploaded on their private thing. $8 per month, I think it is. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I guess I was so happy. I was like, oh my gosh, they finally it's they streamed it. Because I was like, I don't want to pay $8 just to listen to one interview. To me, that's a scam. If it's like a thing I have to do, like I just where's the individual price? Give me like I'll just buy it for $3. All I want is watch that one thing. But yeah, I was surprised. I was shocked that like, oh, he does have a YouTube. I thought he didn't use YouTube, but anyway, so that was a fun. Um, it's a 2 hour live stream. I think it was shorter than any auction over at I Love Comics, so it'll be fine. Uh, yeah, and also been following the Liza Blue, Jeremy from the Quartering, and Becky of Venti or Brittany Venetti or something, or Venti. The drama between them two and or getting those two got kicked off the they're basically platform. They're kept on Twitter unless they delete their tweets. They're not allowed to come back on Twitter. They're suspended for posting a picture that was basically taking a screenshot from an actual public source, but it was labeled as basically they're using someone's photo without their consent. That is a stupid rule because if it's not from a private thing, you have no say over it, and that rule
We're
should be
back.
challenged. So,
Sorry about that.
Zach,
Took a long time to load up this big.
um, I think Zach fell asleep. I was kind of hoping Zach would stay up for this because I wanted to see, yeah, the Wally West photo on the front.
Yeah, I think
So,
I don't know if Zach would like this book or not. Part of me thinks he
well,
would, but part of me,
I
I
showed him
don't
the
know.
cover because I had Wally West on it. So I was like, you gotta watch this.
So we get to the next book, and we see it's Sunday. And each book is a day. So last one was Saturday, and we're Sunday. And we see
Other
the
updates, yeah.
gravestones of Huey's parents, that they died
Yes.
1 year apart, which is not uncommon, especially with older folks. Wife died, and a year later, husband died. And part of me thinks that Ennis was trying to say something there too. And Huey, who could never talk to his parents, has a conversation with them, and it's really interesting here too. I think that Ennis uses the consciousness of hearing his parents talk to him in a similar sense that believers might feel like God talks to him. And he hears the things that he needs to hear because he knows who his parents are, and it's kind of therapeutic to him. And we cut back, and we see how he's hiding the book behind the medicine cabinet, and
Art,
he's talking about he just he's just having troubles dealing with things, and then he has an encounter with a reverend. And again, too, this is another strange thing. I know I'm probably going to sound like, man, I'm talking too
why is
much about.
yeah, the Reverend's still alive. This that surprised me is like his parents passed away, and like, of course, the Reverend's still alive.
The reverend. He's super kooky and everything, and Huey can't deal with it. And man, like I saw this too, is like a lot of people, especially you might be listening to me right now. I might be the reverend, the equivalent, and you're Huey as you're listening. And he's a kooky weirdo. And but by the end of it, Huey's just finally like, look, man, I just really want to be by myself. You know what I mean? And then the Reverend just kind of snaps out, and he's more normal. And he's like, Huey, of course. You take all the time you need, son. Thanks, Reverend. I'll see you later, Take care of yourself. 'Cause good folk are scarce. Your pa used to say that all the time. And Huey just looks at him like, what? And the Reverend just walks away. And Huey's like, Jesus. Um, and I think he starts to realize, like, first of all, that the Reverend's not the strange, kooky weirdo um, that he takes him out to be, because it's like I think this Reverend is like a good example of like judging a book by its cover. Like he's drawn specifically with those giant hairy moles on his face. He's like
Ugh.
drawn to be
Ugh.
really unattractive and someone that you just not want to face. And I think we're starting to see that there's more to him, just like there is to every person. There's more to everybody that we give credit to. So when we cut back to the boys, and he's like, they're called what? And we see there's a team called the Scorchers that we never heard of during the series. Of course, this was all before Huey. So, and it turns out, that they're like, what the hell? And they're addressing something that I always had a question of in the book, which was like, why do these superheroes have these names like Sex Vicar, Team Tentris, Ponsing Poof, Black Duck? Like, I was like, these characters shouldn't they have like names that sound like superheroes? And it always kind of bothered me. And the boys been here, Garth addresses and like lets you know it's like, yep, there's a reason. And in this particular case, it turns out that this is the first time that Vought, like media, is actually pushing a superhero team. It didn't come out of the superhero division, to which Mallory is explaining how they're going to use this. Like, we'd be fools if we didn't exploit this, and so forth. They talk about this VP who used to work at Warner has, excuse me, has come over and etc. And so we get all the background of all that. And then we cut over to a funeral that's happening to this character,
With Thor.
Vicor. Yeah, Vicor is like a Thor character. His wife has died, Norska, and so they're having the funeral. And then as everyone leaves, we see Lamplighter.
I
We who we
no.
who we
Hold,
Go
hold
ahead.
on real quickly before we get before we get to the next page. Did you expect what's coming on the next page, or were you kind of surprised like I was?
I didn't expect it, but then when it happened, I was like, "Oh, I shouldn't have been surprised." Like, um,
All right, continue.
so we see Lamplighter, who we never got to really see before, right? Because he was just his only
A dick.
existence in the boys is was to be
Yeah.
dead. So he's saying bye to Vicor. He's like, "So I better get going. That lot outside probably want us to sign the fucking order of service." Basically, he's talking about he's just being dismissive of fans. And then Vicor goes, "Ah, I say thee nay, Lamplighter, for Vicor will always find time for the fans," which makes you think like, "Oh, maybe this Vicor guy is not such a bad guy." And so Butcher's waiting around. You see the smirk on his face, and then you cut to the next scene. And Butcher, of course, he just walks in, just loves to see it. And fucking hell, big lad. What? Oh shit. He's like, at your wife's funeral, no less. Jesus, mate. I mean, hats off to you. And and it's mine. They do say you have to get back on out there, don't they? And talk about having the sausage at Albert Hall. And we see like, she's a fan. Vicor and Norska fan shirt, and it's just like the sickness and
so,
depravity, which is really the heart of this book. Like the boys is about depravity. That's I'm really starting to realize, in this series is kind of
yeah.
like cementing that for me. It's not about
Did you know something about this guy?
what guy?
This looks like this guy looks like a cross between Thor and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, he definitely looks like Hulk Hogan would play the character.
It's
Um, as a matter of
Suburban
fact,
Commando.
if they put Vicor in the show, I bet it'd be cool if Hogan plays him.
Can you
Um,
imagine that?
that'd be hilarious. But yeah, I think this book is about depravity, but not celebrating depravity. That's where I would have an issue. I don't want to celebrate depravity, but more doing a commentary on the depravity of humans. And the interesting thing is by the time you get to the end of the books, like we just covered, the end of the story, the boys are just as depravity, suffering the depravity as the soups. They're not better. Um, Huey and Annie are the ones who are the better, right? And by them escaping the boys and the soups, they they leave that depravity. Um, but anyways, I'm going off on the weedsy end. I'm just so fascinated with this book. Like I really did enjoy it, even though it wasn't like an exciting book. And Butcher, of course, uses that against him as leverage, and then um, Vicor is telling him like, "Oh, it's a good thing you got these pictures of us or whatever." And Butcher's like, "Oh, what? Like, you'd what? What would you do if you didn't have the picture? If I didn't have the pictures, huh?" And he calls out him on his bluff, and he headbutts him in the face,
Oh,
and he's like, "Oh, what was that for?" And then Butcher just grabs him and shoves his face into the incinerator where his
crematory.
wife is being
Yeah.
cremated. And this is where we see the hardcore, the devil that Butcher is. And yeah, we just see his face all burning out. And at first I was like, "Oh my god, he
Uh,
just killed the guy." And then Butcher
but
makes a comment. It's like, "Oh, you'll heal with your magic potion or whatever. And when you do, you get started on that little errand, right?" Um, and we cut over to the diner, and the we see a waitress who's bringing looks like a bowl of water or something to Terror. And he's like, "Oh, I thought
yeah,
he could use this." And Butcher's like, "Oh, that's good of you. Cheers." And she's like, "Ah, I love your accent." And she's just being kind, and she walks away. And and
handshaking.
and Butcher's hand is shaken, and he slaps it down, and we see that he's writing his story in Becky's diary. So this time Becky's dead, and he's dealing with it. He's got trauma, and the extent of it we get to see through Butcher's own words in the diary. Um, and what he's writing to her. And it's a lot of intimate stuff, and it's difficult to talk about in a forum like this where we're trying to just recap the book, because it's a lot of, I don't want to say exposition. I don't think that's exactly right, but it's just a lot of data, and so it's difficult. So I really urge
Meanwhile,
you.
yeah,
I really urge people, if you haven't read the book, like listening to us is not going to do it justice by any measure. Um, so we get back over to Huey's house, and he's been telling Annie that he's got like dietary issues, like he's, and so she's like, "Is that the stuff I got you helping?" Because he keeps going into the bathroom to like read the book,
Yeah.
and he's putting her off. And I don't know if you were like me, RDV, but like I was like shaking my head the whole time. I'm like, "Damn it, Huey, you're doing it again! Like, why are you hiding
Yeah.
things from her?"
So go back. I want to read the commentary. She's like, I just saw Mr. McDonald go past in his bus. Looked like he was been smoking crack again. It's like, well, he does like his crack. Do you ever think about what that would be like? So reaction to this, the next page. He's smoking crack, and he's like, no, dummy, being addicted. Have you? And that's what she says here. Having something you couldn't stop doing, no matter how bad you knew it was for you, or even going back to years later when you thought it was out of your life. Oh wow, is that on the nail right now? What he's doing right
Right.
now?
Yep.
Oh, that I just love that. So
Yeah, and then he's like, "No, no, really, I never thought about that. Bit of a grim one there, eh?" And then she says, "Huh, yeah, I'm gonna go read my book. Feel better." And that's exactly what he's doing. It's almost like she knows.
yeah, and he's smarter than him. She knows.
Yeah. It's almost like she knows, but yet doesn't call him out on it, you
At
know?
this point, we still have no idea who sent him the book.
We still don't know who sent him the book. That's correct. So, yeah, I mean, this like I said, this whole series seems like a comment, like in retrospect, seems like a commentary on the depravity of human nature and trying to escape that depravity and feeling trapped in it and not having
Because
anywhere
when
to
you're out, they
go.
pull you
And
back in.
so we embrace it because we feel like we're trapped. Every single one of these characters, well, except for maybe Huey and Annie, who did escape. Like whether you're on the side of the Soups
Yeah,
or you're the side of the boys, just sort of embraces their nature. Like Butcher is who he is because he
yeah.
refuses. He doesn't know how. Becky had the answer to his salvation, and now she's dead, and he doesn't know any other way to be. So he goes back to embracing his
So
depravity.
this what annoys the heck out of me. Huey, instead of being growing up and mature, he keeps a secret from her again.
Yeah.
That went horrible last time.
Yep.
Why doesn't he just say, "Hi, this book is here," and then they can deal with it together? He's being selfish again. Or he's gonna use that thing. "Oh, I'm his justifications. I don't want Annie to be a part of this. Or she'll be mad or whatever. But he's like, I need to know what's in this. Because Butcher wouldn't send me this. He's not even thinking about Butcher's dead. So how did the journal get to him? Who sent the journal? Who knows
Yeah.
about it? Everyone's dead. You know,
Yep. Yeah, that's a very, very good question, and I'm hoping will get answered because that seems like
I
a
hope.
highly
Yeah,
obvious. Um, yeah, no, I look at Huey and I don't know. I see a lot of myself in Huey,
they're not
and
married. They don't have kids, and he's keeping secrets again. It's to the point where he's stalled again. He's
I
stuck.
I what I see in Huey is fear. Like that seems to be the big theme of Huey. Like, and I think a lot of people don't do what they should do out of fear, and a lot of times we judge people for not doing what they should do because maybe it's something we're not afraid of, and so we're able to do it, and we go, "Why can't you do it?" And I look at Huey and I go, I've been in Huey's shoes. I've made some of the same decisions as Huey has had. And when I look back and think about why did I make those decisions, and it was because I was too much of a coward to do the right thing. I was too much of a coward to be like, well, what is the other person going to think of me when I let them see this side of me? And yeah, I think Garth just touches on really powerful human themes that I think that most any one of us would be a liar if we said we didn't experience ourselves. Um, let's see. Marania says, "Wasn't there a Superman cover where Superman is embracing someone on the grave of Lois Lane, supposedly beloved wife?" Well, I don't. maybe I don't know. Do you know
I don't
RDV?
know.
In certain
Is it
cultures, when the husband
Stone
dies, the
Age?
wife is supposed to jump on the funeral pyre and be burned along with them. Yikes! Well, I'm glad I'm not in that
Is it, is it,
culture.
is it
Um,
Vikings?
I don't know. And it's possible with how slow the postal service is that Butcher sent the book. Right? Yeah, that's a funny joke on the postal service.
Well, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. He sent it all these years ago, and it finally arrived.
That's man.
Uh,
But who could it be? Like
Mallory's dead, or is
Mallory's
Mallory
dead.
alive? Because that's I was because remember we saw
Oh,
Mallory gets killed, but we never saw the body of Mallory.
oh, it's possible. Because Butcher's dead, MM's dead, Frenchie's dead. Is the female?
Well, speculation is the female. Remember, she's really hard to kill.
She's really hard to kill.
Could she survive the explosion with the balloons stuff? Maybe floated away.
Uh, yeah, I don't know who it could be.
Frenchie would definitely die in the explosion. Mother Milk, we know he's dead. Butcher's dead. Mallory is the only one I'm like, I don't know. Or it's someone else, or maybe Rainer or some
Yeah, is Rainer
I don't know.
dead?
Rainer's still alive. The woman. She was the one I was running. There's the one that, but she remember she would hate Huey because Huey screwed her over when she was
Yeah,
running for a senator.
and Legend's
Uh,
dead.
maybe it's Terror. He's alive this whole entire
No,
time.
Terror's dead.
And I don't Terror.
Like literally,
uh
there's no character that I can think of that
oh, Butcher's
unless
mom.
unless no, is she still alive?
She's the only one that survived. His brother died. I don't know about his dad, but I know about his mom was still alive. They never had a funeral for his mom in the story. I mean, but I still think because we never saw Mallory. Huey came
I
into
don't
the
think it would be
building.
his mom because I don't think his mom
No, no,
like
no.
he would keep
No
that
about
diary
this.
a million miles from his mom. My
Mallory.
biggest guess is it's Annie.
Well, she knew the but yeah, I know Annie probably I know it's my thing. I don't think Annie sent it to him, but I think Annie already knows what it is. She probably found his hiding spot.
But I mean, of all the people, like she's my biggest guess is who it could have come from. Because number one, I think that would be a good twist reveal that it came from Annie. So from a story standpoint, I could see that
It's,
being
it's zombie dog.
because
I would say I think Annie
what
knows
if
that the book's there. Without I haven't read ahead, and I've only read issue 4.
what
I think
if
Annie knows
go
the
ahead.
book. She's found because Huey is a horrible liar,
Hmm.
and he's always in the bathroom. So why would she not look in there? And she probably found his hiding spot, and so. But as far as who sent the book, I still say it's Mallory, or
Mallory's
whatever,
dead.
or it's like Doc Brown. Do not deliver this till this date. You know,
Yeah, they could. I mean, I guess that could be. It just doesn't seem very plausible. But what seems possible is that Butcher would have sent the book to Annie.
it's addressed to Huey though.
No, the package was addressed to Huey because whoever sent it to Huey put it in a package sent to Huey. What I'm saying is it could have been something that Annie has had in her possession for a while, and it's possible that she
How
could
would
have
Annie get it?
from Butcher. Because
Mm.
remember the whole story towards the end about how he talked about like screwing things up and whatever, like not letting go, and that was like how finally like that Huey was like
That's a bit of a stretch
realizing
for me though.
it's I don't know. Like I said, there. What else is there? you know, she would not be my first guess of all these other characters, but they're all dead. so, um, yeah,
I mean, I guess the only I can think of it would be that Butcher mailed it himself, or had his instructions and mailed to this place, whatever, to Huey. Uh, I mean, maybe it could have been Mallory, but then Mallory hated Butcher. Unless Butcher made it seem like he killed Mallory, but Mallory's actually alive.
That's a possibility, I guess. So we'll have to see. I have a feeling. I don't think Garth Ennis. Well, I guess it's
Hey, look,
possible.
we finally get to see Annie.
Yeah, we finally get to see Annie. Um,
12 years later.
Monday. And so they're playing around in the water, and this is the area where Huey, as a kid, his dad would take him out in the boat, and he talks about how he finds a quid in the water, and it was like his dad used to throw him in there, um, and they're just joking around. And again, it's more of that sort of character interaction that we get that just helps uh, feel out these characters and make them feel more three dimensional, just sort of like relationship drama stuff. And they're
Like it's
kind of
just like
messing around. Huey talks her into like lifting him up in the air, and she's living hiding.
actually, well,
What?
not that he actually just grabs onto her. But first they're like, she said, "What's going on down there?" She's like, she asked him, "How is the world gonna be, our own?" And he's like, "Not bad. I'm trying to quit. I think it's the one my dad would used to drop for me." She's like, "Where is it?" I dropped it. So we're broke again. I love that little comment. But then he jumps and grabs onto her, and she's kind of like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "He's having fun." He's like, and then she dives into the water, and he falls. Like I said, it's just they're kind of flirting.
Yeah, this is what I said. So
Yeah,
she lifts him up in the air, and she makes a comment because they're in hiding. Like soups are in hiding, and that she's worried about being seen. And anyways, so she's like looks and sees some like tourists or whatever, or just a family, and she's like shit. So she panics, and they drop and they fall in the water, and she makes a comment about it was too close. And he's trying to ease her. I wouldn't worry about it. There's guys at Langley that keep an eye out for this stuff. And she's not. The look on her face is just like, I don't really want to know about this sort of stuff. And then he tries to play it off by being, oh no no no, not I mean like they would just like troll him or something. And then he ends up talking about how these Stormfront fans like killed other Stormfront fans because of the trolling, and it just ends up being like how like the internet trolling turned into like real violence anyway. And she's just like, oh Jesus, I don't want to know about this. And um, yeah, and it's, it's just one of those things. And again, it's more just explanational on like how they relate to each other. And she asks him about how his tummy's doing because he's still been lying about it. Um, and then she makes a comment about how like if she can't be Annie January, and then instead of pretending to be Annie Kennedy, who um, she's been hiding, she's like, couldn't I just be Annie Campbell? To which Huey has this, the look you should not have as a guy when when
yeah,
your woman
yeah.
says that. And she's like, yep, that's pretty much the look I was expecting. And he's like, no, wait, I was just, I was caught off guard. And then she's like, relax. It was your idea, Huey. And of course, Annie is the quintessential perfect woman that no guy deserves. Um, and it may sound cliche, and at first I kind of thought that was too. I was like, oh, Annie's just so perfect. Like it's not real, but I think this is a narrative technique that Garth Ennis uses because when a man is really in love with a woman, that's how he sees that woman. I'm not talking about when a man has a hots for a woman or she's like really attractive and he has a lot of lust for her or whatever. I'm talking about really like I want to be with this woman for the rest of my life. I want her to be my wife. We see them as like literal perfect angels. And we see here in contrast next to it when we're going to get the story here with Becky, that's how Butcher sees Becky. She's literally the perfect woman for him. And when you write a character, you can't write a character that's going to be like how RDV envisions like, like necessarily who would fall in love with or me. Like we're all different people. So the only way to convey that for us to see Annie the way that Huey sees Annie is to literally write her as almost like a perfect woman. so that we can be sure as the reader that we can go, oh man, I would totally see why Huey would be in love with this woman. Same way we kind of see with Becky. So while they're not 100% realistic, it expresses that feeling that men have for the woman that they're in love with. If that makes sense, hopefully it does. So we get to a nice similar type of thing that we've had so far. A lot of with the character development. This time was with Butcher and Becky, and they're at a pub, and they're playing pool and stuff, and they're doing teams, and they're doing like the flirting and stuff, and it's Garth writes some really good flirtatious stuff here, and we get to see a feisty moment where Becky pours a cup of water in Butcher's crotch, which of course makes him have to be all up embarrassed when he's going to play pool. And now the thing about this that stands out is that we all know Butcher. Like this is a dude who does not take shit. So I
He
remember when I
kills
was
someone.
reading this, I was just like, "Oh my gosh, he just did this to Butcher? Like what the hell?" And look at he's taking it like I don't know how you say it. Like he's just taking it, and we're like, I'm not used to Butcher. Like, is he gonna backhand her? Like, what's going on? Like Butcher's the dude who puts people's faces in ovens. Like, and here we just see he takes it and he's joking about it, and he's getting ribbed by people and whatever, and she totally humiliates him, and of course that fires up the lust, right? And and he takes her home, and it's just again, and it doesn't get graphic or anything, but
You see him
it's
remembering, thinking about her, and then you said like, here, he's just
it
sees the
definitely
journal.
it was
Yeah,
definitely like it signaled to me. I was like, yep, this would totally get a guy going, like to and yeah, it cuts over to him just lying in bed and remembering, and just man, it Garth just so excellently made me feel the longing and the emptiness now in his life. And we cut back.
yeah. I love the how they draw though when it's with Annie, and, like or not, it's not Annie, but Becky.
Uh-huh.
How it's much brighter, but when it shows it, like when it's by himself, how much darker it is, how lonely it is.
Yeah,
He cap.
good point. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah. So we get some more flirtatious stuff where she's in the bath and they're reading the newspaper together, and just get some more just good conversation, and she's talking about to him about
He's
how
got PTSD. He needs to get
yeah,
through
like
it.
these things that going on, they don't leave you, like and she's trying to get through to him in kind of subtle ways, kind of the way like Annie does, where she's not
There, yeah, exactly.
accusatory,
Yeah,
she's not nagging, but she's trying to like just get through, and then saying like these things they stay inside people, right? Um, and we can see like what's going on in Butcher's mind, like he's remembering all these horrible things that he's done, and then Butcher for a second is like, wait, you're safe at work, aren't you? Like no one's likely to hurt you or anything, right? And she's like, of course I am. And then we cut back to Butcher and he looks at his watch and fuck, it's time to get up. So he's like stayed up all night, thinking now he's got to go back. And this made me think like, oh shit, all these times that we saw Butcher and he was like crabby and stuff, like this guy like doesn't get a lot of sleep,
no, he
and
just
like
thinks about his dead
the
wife.
sleep
Just
deprivation
feels. Yeah,
really messes with your mood and stuff. And I'm like, man, so not only does this guy have got PTSD, he's got his childhood trauma and stuff, then he's got the grief of his dead wife. On top of that, he doesn't get healthy amounts of sleep. Like, so he is like a ticking time bomb. Um, doesn't excuse like what he does or anything, but it makes it more relatable. And so they're kind of covering more about this I forget his name, but the Warner exec who's taken over the Vought um, media thing, and they're kind of explaining. I think discovers. I don't know if this is the part of the story or whatever, but that he actually has a background because MM's kind of the detective, and he has a background at Vought. That he actually was at Vought previously, then left Vought to go, and that's where he got a career in media. He's not actually a media guy. So when he came back to, because the whole thing is like, wait, why is this happening? Like he just got hired at Vought, and now they're giving him soups, and like the superhero division doesn't normally let that. So this is kind of like the mystery part that always, they're trying to put things together. And then they're talking about how there was this dam in Africa that had this big tragedy or whatever, and then like it wiped out like a whole tribe of people, and then a new tribe came in, and then that tribe like didn't know how to like farm the land correctly because it wasn't the normal land they do, and then they all died of like starvation from a famine. And he's like putting together like, and again, I'm like really summarizing this, but essentially they think like that guy that we just saw, that exec, like that he was like behind this at the time, and that like they caused this dam to go because the new tribe that took over the land was like very supportive of Vought International, like doing drilling rights and mineral rights and just whatever. And so it's very much of that corporate conspiracy kind of stuff, and it makes a lot of sense, and they're kind of just putting that together, and that's all what this is really about. Stormfront um, being kind of a part of that,
Look,
and
now it's
so
Thor with eye patch.
and so right, and
All
so
right,
that
this is
leads Butcher back on the case of going back to Vicor, who's part of a team called the Children of Stormfront. And where we see here, Butcher kind of goes confronts him, and it's like basically he's not a real child of Stormfront, and he's mentions like that looks nothing like him or whatever. But of course, all this stuff is just fiction. And he's like, "How do you get in touch with Stormfront?" And Vicor, of course, has a lot of resentment. He's like, "No, you don't." But this time, Vicor is going to get the one up on Butcher because he
okay.
summoned all of the children of Stormfront, and he's going to get his revenge. And he's like, "You just snap your fingers and I come a running, yes?" And he's like, "Haha." And then he's like, Butcher just responds, "Are you sure you know what you're doing here, Chief?" "Oh, I should fucking say so, yes." And you just the look on Terror's face right here is just perfect. Like I almost think like Terror's like, "Oh no, no, don't do this, kid. This is not going to end well
You're
for
an
you."
idiot.
um, and then Vicor's like, "This is Scandia. Say hello to the
Not the big.
mortal, Scandia, insect." And she looks at him with contempt, and he explains how Scandia is a telepath, and after they bounce him around the alley for a bit, that she's going to read his mind so that they can discover where the hidden blackmail stuff is, and blah blah blah. And he's got this all worked out in his head, and to which you can see Butcher's expression. It's just so quintessentially perfect Butcher. He's just like, just something I was thinking about this morning. More funny and peculiar. And they're just like, what's going on? Like, you should be like, they think he should be pissing himself. And he's like, now we can do it this way if you want. I don't honestly recommend it, but it's up to you. "Oh, the five of us can tear you limb from limb. You know it, asshole." "I ain't saying you can't. But what if I told you, seriously, no fucking about, that there was a better way to sort this out? What would you say?" "I'd say, imagine that." And that's take him. And so they think they smell blood in the water. So they're like, he's trying
I
to
love this
weasel.
photo of the female though. Issue 4. I didn't notice that last time when I was reading it. I was going through. So, but yeah, that's how the issue ends. Issue 3.
Yeah. So you throw me off here. I'm like, we're not talking about the female right now. So
What's on the cover?
I do this the hard way. So yeah, that's the end of this issue. Um, what do you have to say besides being about the
Uh,
female next issue?
like I said, it's kind of it's the plot's thickening. We're finding there's more and more about Stormfront. What stood out to me, yeah, is the whole thing is as the more I read about Butcher and Becky, the more depressed I got through this series. Just reading, I was just so sad. So
Yeah,
I know
really.
what happens. Yeah, it's just like it's just you know, the poor girl. And then Annie and Huey is like I'm thinking like Annie and Huey are like I want to understand they're not they're not the new version of Butcher and Becky, but I mean, like there's some similarities, but also there's also some differences. I just don't want to see with Huey, screw things up. But now this is like, man, Butcher went so freaking evil after we saw the other one. It's like, but now we know why. You know,
What I liked about
and
this. Go ahead. I'm
he was
sorry. I thought you were
struggling.
finished.
Well, I know you point out perfect exactly the fact that we didn't get to see much of Butcher. We saw one side. We didn't see the full picture of Butcher. We
Right.
knew
That's
that he came
exactly
from
where
a
I was
mess. Yeah,
going.
yeah. So now
Yeah.
you're just understanding more about Butcher, what he's going through, struggling out, and then till he meets Huey, and saying how he basically has to. He's, you know, he has to be disrespectful to basically to his deceased wife. He knows his deceased wife wouldn't approve of this, and he doesn't approve of it. But in order to survive, do his job, he has to disappoint her, and he's disappointed himself that he has to do this. Because all he cares about is getting. I mean, eventually he's gonna kill a girl later on is with getting Homelander. But as you saw in the first issue, he just wants to kill all soups. You know
Yeah. And it's sad because this is not what Becky would have wanted. Um,
exactly.
but it's relatable. It's what's interesting is like it doesn't ever excuse Butcher.
No,
Like it never the book never tries to say, "Yeah, see, it's okay what you did, Butcher, because of these things," but it does make it like relatable. It does help you see that Butcher's not just a demon. He's a guy who had lots of demons in him that he couldn't deal with. And Becky was the only way he could deal with them. And when given that opportunity, he was a better person. And once that was taken away, he was like, well, fuck it. Like I got
he's like
nothing to
Clark
live
Kent
for now.
after Lois died. He went evil.
Well, that's the Tom Taylor Clark Kent. Um, yeah, no. So I mean, Butcher's no hero, but he is definitely a victim, and I don't know. I like this story because I think after reading how the boys turned out and how evil Butcher was at the end, seeing this story makes you remember that yes, he kind of did go evil, but he was a very tortured soul. Like he wasn't just a cardboard villain type thing. Like
He
there,
had a shit life. The
there's
one good thing he had was taken away from him.
right.
So he pretty much gave up on the world.
Yeah.
And he lives in a world so depraved, so when he didn't trust Annie, he
Yep.
didn't trust, and yeah, and he just didn't want Huey to make the same mistake. He tried to turn Huey into him towards the end. But
Yep.
then Huey resisted, and later was, so it's like, you know, he
Yep.
died. He died he died knowing that, what, maybe he was wrong.
Yep.
There is, yeah, I was wrong. There is still hope in the world, and it's him and Annie.
Butcher. Oh man, I want to. I so bad like want to talk about this book on a religious level. Like I know that our listeners aren't necessarily of the same mindset or beliefs as I have, but like I really feel almost like Butcher is an analog for Satan. Like I'm just like, heaven was stripped away from him and he's got no chance of
Yeah,
redemption. So Satan is like, well, screw it. I'm gonna be hate. And what he feels, what took that away was the creation of man, who Satan hates more than anything. What are the soups? Soups are what took his heaven away from him. So he hates soups the way Satan hates man, right? And it's just this it's such a like it's not a direct one-to-one analogy, but like the comparison I feel is apt, like that hate begets hate, and it just fuels itself, and it never there's no positive ending to it. And like what we're seeing here with the story of Becky, and also a parallel story with Annie and Huey, is like the answer is love. And like in the midst of all this depravity and evil and all this stuff, that like at its heart, the boys feels like a love story about like finding love, not necessarily romantic love, although romantic love is used in the story, but just have love in your life, right? Like Huey was like the little brother that Butcher had lost, and you could see that that was like we thought, at least as we were reading the book, like oh, that's tapping in. It's like bringing Butcher back, like you know, but it wasn't, because he didn't really see it was Butcher trying to corrupt Huey.
Yeah,
And
and it
then
was it was Huey that was showing him. Huey is basically a past version of Butcher,
yeah,
but
in a
he's
way, yeah.
and he's and he just like he was upset because it made him think about it, what he lost,
And and
and
and
yeah,
if we look at Becky being sort of an analog to like heaven for Butcher, Annie is sort of an analog to like heaven for Huey. And when does Huey do bad? When he strays away from heaven, right? When he's lying to Annie, when he's hiding things, or when he was trying to cast her away and be like, I don't want you anymore, blah blah. And what happens? Huey's walking in the wilderness, like messing his life up. But when he turns back to Annie, right, that things start going good again, like and he finds purpose and stuff in his life. Man, this I could talk so much about this books. Um, I also liked in this story too that this issue got back to the like more plot part. So far a lot of it was just a lot of character development and retrospect. But this actually, there's a real mystery going on.
the
Um,
boy story. It's one more boys episode, but
one more
also
boy,
gives
right? And I do kind of like getting back into seeing the Butcher being the classic Butcher, and just look at his face here on the top first
smirking.
panel, like with Vicor thinks he's got Butcher. He's like, ah, got him. They always think they got him. Um, oh man.
Yeah, so
Um,
that photo for issue 4 though, when we're getting into it on issue 4 now,
huh?
I didn't realize the significance to that cover until later in the
Okay.
issue.
Well, when we get to it, yeah, we'll let you comment on it because I'm not sure where you're going, but I'm curious. So the issue 4 picks up right where that last one left off, and
What's going on?
it starts off
And
this
they're
time with
showing it.
Butcher snapping his fingers, and they're like, "Wait, what's that? Pause for effect? You hoping to stop time or something? Because I've got." And then I think it's an air conditioner
I thought
drops
that
out
was
of this
actually easy.
drops out of the sky and hits him on the head. And he's like, oh, and just collapses
Like
to
what
his
a
knees, is bleeding from his head. And he's like, my God, what was that? And then all of a sudden we see a black flash come and just impale him. And we pretty much know
yep,
what that is.
it's the
It's the
blur. No,
female.
it's
It's
a
and
female, and she's stepping in him, and then attacks the Thorita, I guess, or
Scandia, what
yeah,
was her name?
she. I don't know, but I call her Shira, pretty much.
What the fuck is it?
I don't know.
I
I know,
just
right?
and I
So
think and Butcher just puts his arm around Vicor's shoulder, and he's just so calm. He's like, honestly, son, I'm surprised that you're surprised. You think I wouldn't expect you to be pissed off after what I done to you the other day? Ah, ah. Wouldn't you
yeah,
expect something at least? Wouldn't plan ahead? Ah. And speaking of the other day, well, what are we gonna do about this? Jesus, why won't it hold still? And he just like breaks down and is crying. And those butchers just like calm. Like it's like your dad when you did something wrong and you know you're gonna get
so
a
you, so you,
spanking,
so you, so
and
you
the
fucked
dad
up.
just put his arms around. He's like, yeah, what do you think should happen now that you did this? Like you just as a kid, you just know like, oh, I'm gonna get, like it's, oh man,
Yeah.
Butcher is so alpha. It's crazy.
So yeah, that person gets stabbed by the horns, the helmets, because those that his spear into the guy running away. Was supposed to
Uh,
be Boulder, the Brave, I
oh
think.
yeah, probably.
So now I want to point out something real quick here. On the bottom left panel, see how she's there with the legs are broken, twisted
Mhm.
around. I was like, ugh, I saw that. Now pay attention to the way her head's facing, because you'll see in the future, then 2 pages from now, they messed up. Whoever's drawing this, they had her head facing the wrong direction.
Oh, okay.
But here, that cover said, pay attention to that. I had no idea what the cover was, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's the giraffe and the elephant stuffed animal she gets as a reward.
Yeah, so Frenchie went to FAO Schwartz, which is like the most famous toy store in New York, and she said, I do like the expression, and he's just like, "Oh, no, no, first on I can't say French, but basically
Wash
you
your
can look at
hands, I think.
the look on her face, like she's like a kid, like, oh, can I have the toys now? Like, um, and yeah, so this is just Butcher just intimidating the shit out of Vicor. Um, and basically he's like, so you're gonna work for us now. You're gonna do what I say, and da da da. And Vicor's just like, oh, what are you gonna do to me? And
You look at the back
Butcher's
seat
like,
at the
what?
at
You
panel.
said,
I had-
oh yeah, well, I need you more or less intact to talk to the big Jersey, don't I? And he's like, you mean like he's gonna get off? He's like, yeah, gonna be a bit funny if I send you back with your balls tied around your neck or whatever. You got enough explaining to do as it is. Um, So Butcher basically lets him know, like,
Email.
the only reason you're not getting your ass torn to shreds right now is because I need you. But the rest of your team, by the time he leaves, he's just like, we're never gonna have this talk again, right? Never. No, I swear. He's learned his lesson. And then we cut over to Butcher with Becky, and they're on the swings, and they're just having
She's like,
another talk.
talk
And
about
go ahead.
she wants him to go. She wants him to go get help, pretty much. Uh,
Yeah, and
and
Butcher, of course, is responding the way you'd expect. He's like, "You think I'm gonna go around and like join a self-help group? Like what?"
So I like you said when I leave, and she's like, I think the kids might want their swings back. Let them, give them a tub of glue to play with. They'll be fine. She's like, oh come on. She's like, come on. And then they walk away, and she's like, and look at the kids. They're lighting cigarettes. I love what she says. She's like, it's like, oh God Almighty. He's like, and Butcher's like, ain't you gonna do nothing about it, Becky Butcher, social worker? And she's like, let's just say I'm off duty. Anyway, this book. Totally this ignores the kids. Yeah, but I love this. Look at that, how she glows whenever he see, and just the
Yeah.
reactions, the way he's around her.
Yeah.
You can tell him he just is for her. He's he'll do it for her. He's
I
like,
gotta
I
tell you,
like,
man,
excuse me. Yeah.
I don't necessarily like. I don't. I don't read comics for like relational ship stuff. I don't want to read romance comics. Like I like reading like superheroes, like saving the day, like just your
The
basic
way,
action
yeah,
type stuff. But the way Garth Ennis writes relationships,
I love how
seriously,
her head on his shoulder, the way it's drawn and stuff like that. You normally don't see
yeah.
that.
No, but I mean, just it's so I don't know if authentic is the right word, but it doesn't feel forced. It really feels written by someone who understands how men and women relate to each other. It's so refreshing to read this. Like I have so many comics I read, and it's like, oh, look, I'm reading like a Spider-Man story, and it's like, okay, Peter and Mary Jane or whatever. But then it's like written by someone who's not really a great writer for one, but two, like just doesn't really understand. Like, and the relationships feel fake and forced, and it's just like this feels like honest stuff. Like, they're not. It's not all lovey-dovey. A lot of times the conversations are about hard issues, but people who care about each other can talk about hard issues with each other.
Yeah.
And it just it
So
just feels like I walk away from this and I go, I see why Butcher loves Becky. Like I see it. Like I feel it. The writer makes me feel. That's what I want to do. When I read a Spider-Man comic, if you can write me a Spider-Man comic and you can make me see in Mary Jane what Peter Parker sees in Mary Jane, then I go, you're a really good writer. But most writers
yeah,
can't do that. They just go, oh, look, she's a bombshell. Well, of course, every man loves a bombshell, but what does he see? Why is
so,
that the love of his life?
so
You
I
know,
like that she wants him to go, and he's like, it's like, no, you're gonna have the trouble with it, and maybe you ain't, but do you sure she says like, "Do you really sure you want to go through this?" And like said, he's like, you need something to get through this. He's like, I have you, and you see the sun. He's like, I've got this girl, and every time I see her hair, it looks exactly like the sunset. You see the glowing of her hair.
Yep.
That's how Butcher sees her every single time.
Yep.
That's how any man who's in love, your blinders are on.
Yep. Yeah, and then you cut
Vice
over to the next
versa.
page, and this is what you highlighted before. Like, look at the dullness of the colors when we're back to reality, and Butcher's
Yes.
like soulless, like 10,000 mile stare, just and then we see like these kids. They're like, dude. He's like, huh, dude. We're just wondering, how are you allowed to have him here? And of
And they want a
course,
cat.
like, look at how they look. Right, this is like the epitome, and of like how the modern
Yeah.
day like Gen Z, right? Like the purple haired piercings. Like this is remember this book came out in 2019, so this is the height of like woke era culture, and I really feel like Garth Ennis is making a subtle commentary. um, and they're questioning about like how like we tried to have a cat or whatever, but the landlady, blah blah blah. And so Butcher just tells them this story about how the people that used to live there before them were like these
Gave her
just
shit,
fucking
and then
just
he basically
totally
dealt with the
terrible.
person.
And
Yeah.
he
Threw him.
basically, yeah, so he basically threw them out the window and they broke their back and blah blah
Yeah.
blah. And the
Yeah.
landlady was so thankful or whatever that she's totally cool. Like, and but they're just like shocked on their face. And it's, to me, when I read this, it was like a commentary of like just how shitty like the new generations are and how we treat people. You see this all the time if you're on social media and YouTube, whatever. Like I just saw the other day about how like this Asian guy has like a bed and breakfast, or no, what's that online where you can get room and board, Airbnb.
B&B.
Yeah, he had an
Yeah.
Airbnb, and it was like this like, I don't want to make it racial, but a people of a certain race, like all like had rented out this place and were just like being loud and partying or whatever. And he was like trying to be like, what the hell, what are you doing or whatever. Like, and then like they beat him and stuff like in his own house. And it's just like this is the sort of stuff that we're seeing like very common
So
in the world. And
so I
like
want.
you watch that video, hold on, I'm just almost finished. You watch that video and you're like, man, I wish there was a butcher right now to like show up and send these kids packing, sort of thing. But I don't even, to me, I feel like that's like a commentary about like Garth is like nodding to the viewer going, yep, I'm aware of how the world is. And that's like why we think we need a butcher. Of course, the butcher is not necessarily what the right answer, but because hate fuels hate. But yeah, I don't think these kids are an accident as well as I'm getting at. So what do you
Of
have to
course,
say? I'm
yes.
sorry.
And so yes, because 2019, these kids are amazed. They're like, that he did this, violence, because remember peace, love, hippie stuff. It's like, any generation, these kids are like, whoa, how did you get to do that? It's like, it's called, I beat the shit out of the person. But in this case, because it's a butcher, he threw him out the window. But like, most people would never resort to fighting because like, oh man, you can just talk it out, can't you? You know, like,
Well, just see their
yeah,
response, like when he tells them about
yeah,
what the person had done. Their
yeah,
response was like, motherfucker. Like they have the same visceral response that anyone who's has humanity in them would, like,
yeah,
that motherfucker. And then Butcher says, yeah, and this is what I did. And then they're shocked, like,
yeah,
oh, because most of us, we won't do anything. We stand by,
yeah.
we'll watch it, we pull
So,
out our phone, we shoot it, put it up on YouTube, right? We see this where people are getting raped on the subway and people just
mhm.
standing around watching. That's
Well,
the
they're
society
recording
we're
it.
becoming. Yeah, they're
Phone.
recording it, but no one's like intervening. No one does anything to help their fellow man. And these two, to me, how I'm interpreting it is like a picture of our
My per
society.
I'll just say quickly, if you're the person that's gonna record a crime, even though you're not involved, you made yourself involved by just standing there and recording it, not doing anything else. Okay. Now getting back to the comic book. Now this is cool. This is they don't really say it, but we can tell by the way she's looking to the giraffe and then she's looking to the elephant. She's having a conversation with the animals.
Huh?
I love this.
Yeah.
And is this is what made this that just stood out for me the whole entire issue of this so far is just like her reaction with this with the animals. It's so like it's the female. Like it's like of course she would do this. She likes her candies and she likes this, and just like I love it.
And we
That
saw it,
alone, yeah,
and we saw
yeah,
at the end of the main series that there was a lot of like good. Like the female, she does a lot of terrible things, but remember, like at the end when they were like, "No, no, no, you got to stay behind because we're gonna do some really horrible things, and we don't want." And her whole thing was like, "I hate what was it? I hate mean people or something."
yeah,
And she, you could see like they were trying to show like she again is a product of hate and a product of the society and the violence. That she doesn't do it because she likes it or whatever, but she's living in hell of her own. And this is a good example to me of like the humanity inside her when given the opportunity to reach for heaven, we will. But most of us don't know how, or most of us we're afraid, or we're told here's what you should do or what you can do. We go, but in order to do that, I have to do these things, and I'm afraid to do that because people will judge me or this or that or whatever. There's barriers, is all I'm trying to say. She's got barriers. She can't talk. She's got superpowers. She lives with these weirdos called the boys. Like her whole like she was raised like she's got no outs. She doesn't know how to be. But Frenchie is her connection. Like, and so she embraces that as much as she can. We can see with these animals that, you know, she just wants to have affection, and I assume the nurturing instincts that females have, to nurture others and creatures and children and whatever, um, that these are natural things. And when she's not subjected to the hellish reality, that she gravitates towards those human parts of her. Anyways, I'm going in the weeds again, but I guess it's a long-winded way of me saying I agree with what you're saying.
like I said, every issue has something good in it,
Yeah.
and the female is the man. I every time I see her in there, just being a kid at heart, you know,
Yes.
it just that made brought me a huge smile, on my face
Wanting to
because
go back to that innocence, right? Like
yes,
isn't this whole
'cause
series like about innocence lost?
Innocent Lost with Becky and well, Innocence that was lost, and
Innocence
Innocent
lost.
and that's so could be lost by our buddy Huey.
Well, Huey, that very first scene, like it starts out, opens up, he's just like with his girlfriend at a fair, and they're swinging around, and then boom,
Well,
innocence lost.
I was talking about this story though.
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
get
I'm just
back.
saying the whole series of the boys from the very beginning. I'm wouldn't you say there's an ongoing theme of innocence lost? Every
Of,
single
of
character, whether it's like the soups,
tragedy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, innocence lost is a tragedy, so that would be right. But at some point, we are all innocent, right? We're all babies, we're all children, and we have that feeling, that we're innocent. We don't know better. We're in our natural, and at some point, that innocence gets lost. Now, for most of us, it's not nearly as tragic as these characters, but we still do. And we grow up to be adults, and we're jaded, and we have to face the realities of the world, and society's taught us to be dicks to one another. But man, like there's a famous like meme that you've probably seen, where it's two little kids. They're like 4 years old, maybe. It's a white kid and a black kid, and they're just on the street, and they like see each other, and they just start running towards each other with their arms out like they're gonna give themselves like a big hug. They're like, yeah, and they're just like, and there's not much to the meme, but it's basically suggesting like kids don't see color. We have to teach we have to teach ourselves to see a different color skin is bad. But these kids are just like, yay, like you're my brother, like that innocence. And we at some point we lose that. And I feel like this whole series, this story also in particular specifics, is about innocence
Every,
lost.
every every page, man. I see the
Yeah.
female. It's like remember it's like Terror. You'd see him smiling.
Mm-hmm.
That's the female now in the
Yeah.
series. So
Yep.
continue story.
All right. So this part gets a little bit weird and convoluted. It's hard to describe. Frenchie, um, man,
I think that isn't that what they're talking about. If Butcher being the leader before
uh,
Mallory walks in.
yes. Eventually, it gets to that point. And they're basically having to follow orders, and that Butcher is made some basically decisions
He
that
wants
he
to fight.
didn't get approved, and MM is kind of looking at him like, "Yo, dude, like." That's not how this works. Like orders are orders, procedure. Otherwise, the whole goddamn thing's collapse. You know what I'm talking about. You were in the military. And then, Butcher's trying to explain. He's like, look, man, I don't got time to get this approved. We got to do it this way. And so he's kind of breaking the chain of command. And then eventually Mallory walks in because he's like, basically, because MM kind of confronts him and says, why do I get the idea that if you were ever in charge, you'd expect us to follow your orders no matter what? Frenchie's just look at him like, yeah, true. And then Mallory walks in and is like, well, if who was in charge? And Butcher's like, me. And Mallory, that'll be the day. Anything new to report? Which, of course, is funny because this is all like flashback stuff, and we know that Butcher will, of course, be in charge, and of course, he will expect everyone to follow orders. So all of that's kind of like ironic writing. Um, but it goes back to the Scorchers. Um, and the whole thing about this is them trying to screw with Vought. Let's see.
Well, these are
uh,
Vought approved. We find out these are heroes. Just this guy doesn't had a falling out with Vought. I guess my take was.
I think
Can't
this is the
remember.
part where they're speculating how like these might not even be like true superheroes, but like because I think they were like there's a part where they're talking about like, well, how could they like be part of the superhero development and everything. They're like, we don't even need to be soups. They could just dress up actors and call them whatever. Um, and once that's like done, then you know, like for here it says, I don't mean real ones. All he has to do is dress up half a dozen actors and whatever, and call them the Brotherhood of Cunts. Scorchers do the job right. We won't even have to pay them for so long as the media have been tipped off. And then Maori's like, the new team is well and truly launched. The superhuman development can't do a damn thing about it. It would obviously be in our interest to make sure that this goes off without a hitch. So they're basically trying to create like internal corporate infighting. And that's kind of they're speculating like that one division is like making moves against another division. And it makes a lot more sense when you read the book, and that's why it's kind of hard to recap and talk about. But we get back more to the diary, and Butcher's opening up to Becky post mortem, um, and we get some of that as an over, basically like a how do I say it like as a monologue. Let me see. What does he say? He says,
Well, he's
I
been
think
slitting
it's
through cracked skulls. It's not wasn't for you. It's for all for me.
I think it's
That
because you know what I know, and what I know or what I come to understand is cracking skulls isn't enough no more. Neither is the odd throat, not when it comes to soups. And it's basically cuts over to Annie, and you hear the voiceover. That's gonna take a fuck of a lot more. And we see that Huey's reading that. Oh Jesus! Oh Christ! No wonder she's on your mind. You just decided you're gonna kill them all. Um, and that's where Huey's kind of reliving all this. But from
yeah.
Huey's perspective, he didn't really know what motivated Butcher. Like he didn't all this stuff that we're learning about the Butcher, we actually knew more than Huey did because we got to see these scenes as an audience. We got to be the flies on the wall. Huey wasn't there for all those scenes. So a lot of this stuff is like first time. he just saw Butcher as much of the world sees Butcher as this big intimidating force in nature, and now he's like learning. And
I look how Annie get an update on the boat. She's now called the Annie January, and she's fixing it up.
yeah, which is interesting because he comments about how the boat, his dad, what was it called, the Rosa something,
So I can't remember what it's called.
the Rosa something. Anyways, his dad called her. That was like his nickname for her. And so then when Huey was talking to his parents in the grave, he says, "I'm gonna take the Rosa something or other around." And he's like, "No, not the boat, but her." And he was making a comment how it's the same. So I find it kind of an interesting bookend that the boat is still named her, but now it's actually the boat is being called her instead of her being called the boat. And do you see what I'm getting at? Um, and so that is the end for tonight. We didn't want to cover 8 issues for obvious reasons, but um, what do you think? Do you have anything that you want to add in details about this last issue, or just overall?
I told you that the best part for me was right here, these 2 pages here with
Yeah,
her.
this is great.
Uh, but also the whole thing with the female with the stuffed animals. I care less what's got the story. Just show me the female with the stuffed animals.
Jeez, that,
It's just because she's just it's look at the cover. See, she's a cute little kid, the real and that's her mind. The animals
yeah,
are real. Her imagination.
yeah. There's a nice like a sense of like peace in her mind. Like this is kind of her heaven.
Yep.
Um, so yeah, that about covers it. I really like you made a really good call, by the way. I didn't totally notice this at first, so I want to commend you on that when you talked about the use of colors, just to pull apart the time where he's in his what I say is his heaven when he's with Rebecca, and versus like the reality. And now it like you mentioned it, and now I can't like it's totally obvious to me. But um,
The
yeah,
bright colors, everything.
yeah,
Even the kid smoking though, it's still a bright color though.
yeah. It was one of
And
those
then
things that was there, but I wasn't noticing it. But it was obviously to good effect. It's like it's almost like you're not supposed to notice it, um, because it's there to stimulate you to help you feel the different now. But now I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's totally.
well,
I can see how it works.
it is kind of a cliche thing because some people do this when the people have flashbacks every times and they shows them in the drab, dirty, disgusting apartment now. Remember the good days, when they were happy, married, or whatever.
Hmm.
It's like, yeah, it's been used before, but I like I said, I still like it though.
Huh? No, it's a good
Yeah,
effect. It's a good effect. And
and
like it.
and it could be this artist, but man, it looks like Annie. It looks like Annie. The more I look at Becky, how they're drawn, but that's
Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading the rest of this. I want to know the mystery of who sent the book. I'm
I still say Annie knows about it, but she's not the one that sent it.
well, fair enough.
I
It
I,
it it,
I
it
think I think it's my prediction. It's simple enough, is that Butcher had instructed to no my death that this be sent. Now I don't know who he got to send it for him, or if it was like a package that was supposed to be delivered on this date or whatever. More likely, someone delivered it for him for Butcher. That makes me think that maybe he spared Mallory's life.
could be that Mallory's actually alive. Seems very unlikely. Could be what's her name? Um, I always forget her name.
Maeve,
The no, the director,
oh, Director Rayner,
Rayner. It could be that it was Rayner.
or was it Monkey? No, it wouldn't be Monkey.
Nah, I can't see Monkey. Yeah, it doesn't make sense for Monkey because how would Butcher would keep that far? The thing is, like, this is really sensitive stuff. So, like, it 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 seems to me that only a
Plot
few
twist.
people that Butcher would allow this to even fall into their hands.
plot twist, it was the female.
She's dead.
Remember, she can get shot, and well, at least in the show, we see her get shot and she heals.
Could be.
In the
It,
book,
it,
is I don't know if
it-
she
you
has her
could
power or
write
not,
her that she's still alive, that she survived that, I suppose.
and she healed.
I think that would be very like out of the blue. My suspicion is Annie, just because it seems like the writer thing to do. As a writer, like, oh, it's like right in front of your face the whole time. Um, and I think you could explain it that Annie, either A, because Annie is a lot smarter than we give her credit for, that she came along and found it, or B, because of the way Butcher acted at the end. And, remember, like, he questioned Huey, like, he's like, do you love her? Like, what should, what would you do? And he's like, then you should hold on, because he's like reliving like what he lost with Rebecca. And I do think that Butcher did, as much as he's capable of, did love Huey like a brother. Like, I remember he was the one that wanted Huey to stop him. And so I could see Butcher wanting their relationship to work. And I could see it written such that Butcher, like, it's his gift to Huey is not letting their relationship fail, like by giving that to Annie. I don't know, we'll see, that it was in a way that like helped explain for her in ways that Huey couldn't, and then her holding on to it this whole time and seeing what Huey's going through, realizing that this was something he needed to see. This is wild speculation. It may absolutely not go that way. In fact, I'd be more likely that it won't. I just don't. He's left so little options. The most likely option that I see is that he never actually explains it, and it's just one of those mysteries that, well, the book just showed up. We don't know, like, and that's just the way that it is. If I were a betting man, that's what I would bet was going to happen.
Like I said, I know Annie is Annie's smarter than we give her than Huey gives her credit for. She knows about. She probably found it in his hiding spot because he is just and he's stupid. And she tells when he's hiding stuff from her.
Mm-hmm. No, that is all very
Yeah,
logical and
yeah, yeah,
plausible.
yeah. So
I
so
don't.
I think she knows about the diary. She probably read it herself, and she's just kind of waiting for Huey to basically make a decision. You know, keep going on with the diary or move on and live his life. She's testing him. But as far as I don't think she's the one that sent it. She sent it. Or was sent the thing. I don't think she. I think she knows about it. But I can honestly, I think that somebody else sent it. That she saw it first. Knows what it is, or just found his hiding spot. But it'd be cool if it was Mallory. That's it. Because we never saw Mallory's death. We saw Huey walk into a house. I'm like, oh, is that Mallory's place? We know that we saw Butcher walk in, but we don't know if Mallory died. Uh, but the house that Huey walked into was the dead scientist, the Vogel, where it was. He'd been dead for weeks. So, but I'm curious about this next episode or next issue or next week
Also, isn't
because she's wearing a wedding ring on that cover.
oh
So,
yeah.
so now I really want to see this. Read it.
Oh yeah. Good call. Good call. All right. Well, you can go ahead and put the kibosh on the book here.
Also, I like Huey having hair now.
Like you having hair.
Hated it. I hated it before when he had the buzz cut. It looked so bad.
Oh,
This looks more normal.
I got a buzz cut. What are you trying to say?
Like Huey's
Yeah.
back in. Do you wear the green hoodie and a black jacket?
No.
Constantly. Oh.
All right. Well, that is it. That was The Boys. For those of you that stayed up this late, or you're catching it on a tail end. RDB's got to get to sleep because he needs his beauty sleep. Black Cat has joined us. He says meow motherfuckers. Because that's how they talk out there in wherever part of the world he's at. Rania's still here because she stays up super late. She's a night owl like this. And
I think she might just leave her computer on.
we have
I
lulled
know.
Skip and Zach to
I know. I
sleep.
know. I know. Zach went to sleep, but he said he was gonna leave. Leave the stream open.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes. I'll fall asleep and I'll be watching my friend on Twitch, and then I'll fall asleep. I'll wake up. I'm like, because Twitch, you can like what happens is if you it goes to the next person. So if they raid somebody else, like if you're still following, they go to that person whoever they raided. So you're watching that stream. Now if you know, I'll wake up. I'll be like, who is this person? I'm on my phone. I've never heard of this streamer before.
Oh yeah, I've
Because
totally
there's
done
people,
that.
yeah, because there's people constantly streaming. So it goes
What?
from one to the next
Yeah, the
instead of like
autoplay.
pausing. Yeah. So, well, no, this is autoplay. They choose. You get like on stream. If you're following someone like Skipitosh at the end, he can choose to raid somebody else. Like and it'll go. And then so us, if you're watching, you stay with them. You'll end up watching the other person's stream. And so it does that constantly. So it's not autoplay. It's just that someone enables that. If you're continuing watching them, it just never pauses. Like where YouTube, you can't do that. YouTube, if you're like, hey, we're gonna go, Engeltein's live, so we're gonna go watch his stream now, and when I somehow end up in his chat. See, that's what Twitch has a feature for that. You can transfer people who are watching your stream, so they go over to watching his stream because you're ending. It's a neat feature.
I see.
I would love to do it because like, dude, like, hey, we're done now here, and we're gonna go raid Ash's stream right now, and then everybody who stays on, we jump into your chat
Yeah, that's a cool
after my
feature. Um,
yeah,
no, I
like
would.
YouTube
Yeah,
and all that.
I don't use Twitch very much at all, but
Oh,
what I do is, well, if I leave streams running on YouTube because I have it set on autoplay, so after it plays something, it goes to a random next thing on my recommendations,
oh,
and
so
so
it's
like
crazy. You can
I'll wake up or whatever and be like, it's usually it's playing. Not usually, like very often it's playing a Geeky Puppets video because your
if
channel
you're
is one of the ones I watch a lot. So yeah, it'll be like some random episode of something from
well,
probably
that's how
usually
we get 100.
yeah. So and I'll be like, oh, what the hell's playing? And sometimes you can't tell if it's like live. I'll be like I've done this before where I was watching like England Teen and ended up falling asleep or something, and then like waking up and it's still. I'm like, man, is this stream still going on? But it's like actually a replay of like an older one, and they all look the
Yeah,
same. So
tomorrow night, we're going reviewing on Extreme Movie Show. I believe The Laughing Hyena, Jackie Chan's first directorial debut, martial arts in the 70s. We're gonna review that on the Extreme Movie Show. That is at uh 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Uh, I guess 6 p.m. Pacific. 5 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, and then after that, going to Geeky Puppet Show, we are going to be doing top five. We're talking about the books that me and Zach are really, really, really want to read and what we think are going to be the best books of the week. That starts at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. It usually goes for an hour. And then after that, for those who are in Ash's Discord, we're talking about Planetary.
oh
The
yeah,
next couple
Planetary. Gotta post that up. It's we're doing a reading club over on my Discord, which is kind of like how Vankman and I are doing the boys, but not so formalized. We're just inviting people to read books along with us. And we're currently reading through the Planetary series. We covered 1 through 6 last week, and it's every
which
other week.
I found the volume and it has the preview
Nice.
of the Gen 13 thing.
So we're reading. We read 1 through 6, and I think we're reading 7 through 12, but not maybe not exactly. I'm gonna post that in the Discord. Basically, approximately 6 issues, and it's every other week. So it will not be this Thursday, but it will be the following Thursday, and it's all done on Discord. And anyone who's wanting to participate is welcome. So it'll be February 2nd. Will be our next meetup, and like I said, it's like more like a club, and it's for a place where we can hang out and just talk. Um, and you can get on a voice mic, or if you just like listening in, some people like Maranya don't want to necessarily get on voice, but you can just listen and text if you want. And we're just going to talk about what we thought about the issue and what we liked about it, and just kind of geek out on books. And once we get through that, we'll be planning another series to read, which sounds like it's probably going to be Paradiso, but that seems to be the front runner right now. But we'll see how that goes. Um, and we're just going to keep going indefinitely, just to encourage people to read books together, so we have people to share them with and talk about them, and also maybe discover different books that maybe we normally wouldn't read on our own because they're not our normal cup of tea. So challenge people to venture outside their wheelhouse, try something new. And yeah, it's not live broadcast. So for those of you that are like, I don't want to be, just all in the
Yeah.
Discord.
So yeah, and that Miranda brought up a good point too, is because she wants to listen to us, but she can just go back and replay it because it's on a YouTube video. She can't just go play it back later once after she wakes up. So she has to be there to
Yeah.
experience it.
Yeah, this is definitely,
But
like I said, more of a club thing. It's not meant to be a big broadcast. In fact, to be quite honest, I don't want a ton of people in it. Um, I feel like half a dozen to a dozen at most. It's what's more important are the people being into the book versus like having an audience. Like this is, like the late night comic show is me and Vankman just talking shit about whatever comes to our mind, whatever you guys are in the chat are talking about. And then we like recap a book that he and I are reading together, which is The Boys. And we want you guys to read it too, so you guys can participate and talk if you want. But it seems more likely in those cases that people aren't they're just gonna show up and listen, and that's fine. But in this case, we really want people to be there that are like reading the book, you know, um,
we call
and
this Reader's Gate.
Reader's Gate. Yeah, we're gonna gatekeep. No.
Gatekeeping.
So, and if you miss out, like if you didn't read Planetary 1 through 6, just go read it, and catch up and read and catch up to. It'll probably be issue 12. I'm gonna post. I gotta post in the Discord what the issue number is gonna be, but um, and that's why you got 2 weeks. It's every 2 weeks, so you got plenty of time to read, catch up. No stress. We don't want people, having to read more than they can, you know, bite off more than they can chew, so to speak. So do it. I
I think
really enjoyed the Planetary. I think you liked him too, right, RB?
Planetary, I'm up to issue 9 right now. I've been enjoying it, but I also been just going crazy on American Century by Heart Shaken.
Mm,
That is just a fun story. A couple of story arcs. Main character, yeah, it just keeps escalating, going from one bad, bad, you know, thing to another thing. And it keeps, this guy. It's. I guess we'd say it's an early criminal, right? uh, guy, is not that very nice of a guy, but and no matter what he does, he always finds himself in these horrible situations. So it's fun, fun story. But Yeah, that's Mario brings a question. I thought it was every Tuesday, so no, it's Thursday.
Marania is great to bring that up because I foobarred. Yes, it is Tuesdays, not Thursdays. So it's not February 2nd. It would be January 31st. So thank you for that correction, Marania. It is every other Tuesday
Okay.
following the Geeky Puppet Show. So this is the way I learned from last week, and I'll probably be making more mistakes and just adjusting as we go. But it's a following the Geeky Puppet Show. However, the Geeky Puppet Show doesn't have a fixed time. Sometimes I've seen it go as short as like 45 minutes. I've seen it go like as long as 3 hours or longer. So it's hard to say. So what I'm saying is there's going to be a minimum start time. I think 7:30 was
Well,
what's that?
I was gonna say because we do we usually do an hour and a half on the Geeky Puppet Show because yeah, so it depends on
Yeah, yeah.
what we're talking about.
There's usual,
So
but it's not 100% certain. And I didn't realize that until things were going. So the start time for the club will be minimum as early as 7:30 or when the Geeky Puppet Show ends. So if the Geeky Puppet Show goes longer than 7:30 Pacific time, then it'll be after. So we won't if the Geeky Puppet Show is still running, we're not going to start while it's running because
I would just do 11 Eastern. Because definitely we're not gonna go 2 hours, but at least give me a time that gets to eat.
well it's not immediately like it's like 10 minutes after the show.
I know
Um
I want to go get so if I want to get food afterward, I'm saying I can eat, but that's
well
all right though.
you want to go down out and go get some drive through or something? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. I might maybe, or I just just I might
Good
cook
lord.
something. I don't know.
I'm going to accommodate you. Well, you
I
could
was
just
gonna have,
end the
I was
you could end the
I,
show earlier if you're hungry.
I'll just and when I'm done with the show, I'll just go to a sit down restaurant and I'll let you guys know when I'm done.
Mm. So it's the thing is we do this show like late night comics. We start late because I can stay up late. RDV used to be able to stay up late. It's just tougher for me to do. But for the club, if people are participating, these East Coasters,
Well,
it's late. I don't want to push it too late because
Tuesday
um
nights are more of a pain for me because of the fact that I go to the comic book store in the morning.
yeah, but we don't stay up that late on those. So the reading club's like an hour and a half. We're not. It's not meant to be a long thing like this. This is RDV and I just fuck around until he gets too tired and gets mad at me and tells me to end the show.
Oh,
Um,
I'm always mad at you, so it's just gonna give.
so yeah, so every other Tuesday, um, after the Geeky Puppa Show, the earliest start time will be 7:30, and it will be like we'll say 15 minutes after. That would give RDV some time to get some munchies. Um, so and people can show up early. Like we usually just hang out in Discord until people uh, show up. So some people will come straight over and just talk BS or whatever, but we'll actually start covering the book at that time. Um, so,
All right,
anyways, post in the
for you
Discord.
kids who are yeah, for you
Talk.
kids who are in the Wheatons right now, hope you had fun. We're gonna end it. We're going on forever. Do your spiel. Let's get it over with.
Wrap it up. All right. Good night, kids. See you on Discord. See you over in Geeky Puppets. Take care.
Read good books,
We're
or
comics.
we'll find you.